सहयोगी, सभी फिलाटेलिस्ट और प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, महापेक्स 2025 के दूसरे दिन के इस समारोह में मैं पल्लवी आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ। स्वागत करें और सम्मान करें। It is an honor to be with you today as we come together to celebrate Mahapex 2025 with the theme of Flora, Fauna and Biodiversity, a theme that highlights the extraordinary richness of nature and the vital role it plays with our lives. Our today's guest, Shri Benel Antau, is a conservationist and rescuer actively rescuing wild animals across the state of Goa. He is a wildlife warden who works in Goa Forest Department's Wildlife Rescue Squad. I request Shri Adnan Ahmed, Postmaster General, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar region, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Shri Benhel Antau, with the bouquet and flowers and Mahapex memento. Our guest, Shri Rahul Khod, is arriving in few minutes. Now, I request Shri Abhijit Bansode, DPS Headquarter, Maharashtra Circle, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning all. Respected chief guest for today's function, Shri Benhel Antau, environmentalist from Goa, Shri Rahul Khot, Deputy Director of BNHS, Shri Adnan Ahmed, Postmaster General, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Jayati Samdar Ma'am, General Manager Finance, Maharashtra Circle, Ramchandra Jaibai Sir, Postmaster General, Pune Region, Shuchita Joshi Madam, Postmaster General, Mumbai Region, distinguished guests, eminent philatelists, young collectors, members of press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you today on the second day of Mahapex 2025. Mahapex is a celebration of India's rich postal heritage and the art of philately. As we continue with this remarkable 4 days event, it is my honor to welcome you for this special occasion. I extend a warm welcome to the chief guest, Shri Benhel Antau, whose environmental work is a source of inspiration to us all. We are honored to have with us today Adnan Ahmed sir, Ramchandra Jaibai sir, Shuchita Joshi madam, Jayati Samdar ma'am. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the contributions of each of our dignitaries in their respective fields and to the community at large. We are grateful for your leadership and inspiration. We are gathered here to witness and participate in an event that celebrates more than just stamps. It is a tribute to our rich history, vibrant biodiversity, and the ever-evolving world of science and technology, which all will be showcased through a variety of stamps which are exhibited over here. Today's focus is on one of the most important aspects for our nation, our flora, fauna, and biodiversity. We are proud to host this event, which includes special releases on the permanent pictorial cancellation on Dr. Salim Ali Bird Sanctuary at Goa, along with the special covers on the state flower of Goa, the state butterfly, of Maharashtra. The augmented reality features of this cover bring a new dimension to philately, allowing us to experience the beauty of nature in an innovative way. I encourage the young budding philatelists to participate actively in the workshops we have organized today, where they will not only learn about the current trends in international philately, but also get involved in activities that will expand their knowledge, appreciation of the postal world. We have organized a fun quiz competition for the children today, which will surely add to the excitement and learning. I would also like to highlight that as a part of our event, we have a special lecture lined up in collaboration with Bombay Natural History Society, where he will be discussing the importance of bird census and highlight the importance of monitoring, conserving bird population. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. I hope you have an enriching experience at Mahapex 2025, and may this exhibition continue to inspire a new generation of philatelists and nature enthusiasts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now we are heading to the releases of the day. Following yesterday's black colored Mahapex 2025 logo cancellation, we are pleased to unveil the same logo cancellation in green color, symbolizing our commitment to environmental sustainability and biodiversity preservation. I request all the dignitaries to release Mahapex 2025 logo cancellation in green color.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now, we are presenting a permanent pictorial
And flyways. To celebrate this, I request all dignitaries to release the postcards on avian diversity in Maharashtra and Goa, Series 2 Migratory Birds. Declared the state butterfly in 2015, the blue merman represents the diverse insect life thriving in Maharashtra's ecosystems. This special cover has the cancellation with augmented reality. So I request all the dignitaries to release the special cover on state butterfly of Maharashtra, blue merman with the cancellation of augmented reality. I request everyone. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, we are excited to unveil postcards on wildlife in Maharashtra and Goa. Both these states are rich in natural habitats, offering a wide range of wildlife which is beautifully captured in these postcards. So I request all the dignitaries to release the postcards on wildlife in Maharashtra and Goa.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now, we unveil a postcard on India in 2047. This postcard envisions a future where India's natural heritage thrives, protected for generations to come. It honors our rich biodiversity and the efforts to conserve it, reminding us of the importance of sustainability for the future. I request all dignitaries to release the postcard on in 47.
Thank you so much, everyone. Shri Rahul Khoth, our guest, is among us. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Shri Rahul Khoth has specialization in entomology. He has contributed to 30 research projects in various subjects like, like insect taxonomy, museum management, urban ecology, bird hazards, etc. He is a fellow of the American Alliance of Museums and received the Museum Connect Award in the USA in 2014. We are fortunate to be joined today by Shri Benhel Antau sir, who is trained as a mechanical engineer, but rescuing wildlife animals and snakes is a passion for him. He is specialized in handling multiple species of wildlife, including reptiles, avians, and mammals for over 20 years. He is also doing conservation programs and awareness programs where people learn about the snakes, their behavior, their habitat, and why they are important for us. Ben Helser travels across Goa to rescue some of the deadliest snakes and other wild animals in the most bizarre and risky. I request National Geographic's renowned wildlife rescuer from Goa, Shri Benhel Antau sir, to give presentation on today's theme.
Good morning. Do I have a slide changer? Yeah. It's amazing to be a part of this initiative by the Post Office, the Indian Post Office, and that's so amazing that outreach is happening in this form wherein we have the message of coexistence and conservation and the beauty of fauna and flora being spread through things like stamps and postcards, and it's so wonderful. And what makes me really happy is even to see a lot of students attending this function, and I'm taking this opportunity to share a little message about coexistence. I've been known as a wildlife rescuer for a very long time in Goa, and for the last 23 years, I've been so-called rescuing wildlife. And now the thing is that if I can say that rescue is something that is a misconception. 90% of the things that I've done called rescue is not rescue, right? It's relocating wild animals because people are scared to live with them. That's not rescue. Yeah, but it's just conventionally called rescue. But unfortunately, we have to do this until people are aware and we can learn to share our space with wild animals. We are meant to share space. Yeah, we are meant to share this planet and coexist with them. Yeah? Just a minute. Sorry. All right, I won't take too much of time. I'll just wait for the screen to come up. So I'll just show you a few pictures through my journey. And these pictures have been taken when I was young most of the time, and just share a little about coexistence. Yeah? Yeah, so there are simple things like, it's not very clear on the screen right now because if you see on top, we have, perfect, perfect. Yeah, if you just see this picture, we have a lot of buildings. This is in Panjim in Miramar, okay? There's an urban area. You have a buildings, you have roads there, and then you have these otters right there. You can see the otters at the bottom of the picture. Like people think that, otters are rare and stuff like that, but they're adapting. They're trying to survive and share space with us. We should just acknowledge their presence. Most people don't know that these otters are existing in Panjim and Miramar, right? But they're there. They're trying to share space. We are the species that needs to share space with them. Now, unfortunately, these otters are lacking fresh water bodies. They're in creeks which are full of sewage and stuff like that. But they're there. We need to coexist with them. Now, to coexist, there are a few things that we need to pay attention to. Okay, one is empathy, then fear, and knowledge. And I'll talk about these three. For example, a small child will go into the garden with their parents, and the parents will see a beautiful bird, a colorful butterfly, okay, colorful flower. The first thing the child hears about a snake is that don't play in the grass, a snake will bite you. Yeah? So we associate snakes with bites. So we have the fear of snake. Fear of darkness. The fear of darkness is the same. It's an instilled fear. Are they ghosts? What is there in the darkness? So one is fear is instilled into us when we are young, okay, consciously or subconsciously. And the second is fear is the absence of knowledge. If we do not have knowledge on a subject, we are scared of it. Because we do not know snakes, we are scared of them. Because we do not know leopards and elephants, we are scared of them. Yeah, so if you have a little knowledge, this fear can be removed. Yeah? So I won't take too much of time, I'll just go quickly through this. Okay? Empathy. Empathy is a very important thing. Many of us have grown up with this thing about empathy. We can empathize with our family, we can empathize with our friends, okay, we can empathize with our pets, dogs, cats, cows, because we are grown up with them, we're exposed to them. It does not mean that other animals do not have feelings. It does not mean that other animals do not have the need to survive and do not suffer. Yeah? So, like for example, if there is a snake or if there is a scorpion in this place, somebody sees a scorpion, they'll go and they'll kill it. Or a centipede, they'll kill it. But if there is a dog or a cat, nobody will kill it actively. But why do we feel for the dog and not for the snake or not for the scorpion? Because we can't feel the pain of the scorpion. We can't empathize with the pain of the scorpion. We can't empathize with the pain of a centipede. It does not mean they do not feel pain. They feel pain, but we can't empathize because we're not exposed to them. We don't have knowledge about them. Yeah, but we have knowledge about things that we are grown up with or we grow up with. So empathy is important. Empathy is important for all living creatures. Okay, we need to empathize with a snake, with a monkey, with a crocodile, with a cow, with a dog, with a goat, with trees. Yeah, we believe with our limited understanding that trees are non-sentient because they don't have a nervous system. But the fact is that trees do feel, they do want to survive. We need to empathize with trees also. So empathy is really important. Yeah? Just a picture, you can see the heart of the snake in this picture. That's the reason I put it there. So, as I said, we have to empathize with all living creatures. Okay, once we can empathize with them, then we can feel their pain, and then we'll want to conserve them. Now, the thing with animal lovers, most animal lovers, people like us who are conservationists, we can empathize with animals, we can empathize with the wild, but we can't empathize with human beings. Now, the very important thing is for coexistence or conservation, we need to empathize with human beings because it's the community that lives with wild animals, it's the community that lives with nature. So if we can't empathize with people, we can't share coexistence or the conservation message. So we need to empathize with people. Yeah? So this is a small girl, sorry, this picture is not that, it's a very sad story, I won't go through it right now. But it's sad that people live in close contact with snakes. We probably live in flats or apartments where snakes won't enter, but there are people, most people that live in places where snakes will enter their house very easily. So if we keep saying don't kill snakes without understanding what people go through, without empathizing with the human beings, we can't spread the message of coexistence or conservation. Yeah? So empathy is required for all living creatures. Knowledge. As I said, you need to have knowledge. Now, I just talk about snakes because most of us are scared of snakes. Okay? So, knowledge is required, basic knowledge. You don't need to identify all the birds or identify all the snakes. But if you have a little knowledge about their behavior, how the snake behaves, how the crocodiles behave, how a leopard or tiger behaves, then we can learn to coexist with them. So, we need a little knowledge about the flora and fauna we share space with. Okay? So, knowledge is very, very important. Now, when you talk about coexistence, it's like living along with wildlife in our surroundings. So what do you do when you see a wild animal? What do you do when you see a snake? Or what do you do when you see a wild crocodile in your backyard? Okay? So these are just few points. Count your blessings. It's very beautiful that we still get to see these. Yeah, there might be times when we will probably wipe out all these things. We won't be able to see them. But now we can see them, so we should count our blessings and be happy and grateful that we can still see them around us. Okay? Giving them space is very important. Yeah, human beings happen to be a selfish species. We kind of, grab space, want more space, and think only about ourselves. But leave some space for animals. Like you can't protect the tiger without protecting its habitat. You can't protect a species without protecting its habitat. So they need space. Give them space. Okay? Observe from a safe distance. If you want to observe it, or you want to take pictures of it, take it from a safe distance. Okay? You don't need to go up close. A lot of people you see taking a selfie with a cobra or taking a selfie with a crocodile. You don't need to do that. Yeah, observe it from a safe distance. Rescue only if required. Okay, most times people will rescue a leopard just because it's spotted outside their yard. They'll call the forest department, come and catch the leopard. No, that's not rescue. That is capture and relocation, which creates conflict. Okay, rescue is like, for example, an animal is stuck, it's trapped somewhere. Then we need to rescue it. Okay, so I won't go much into the details of snakes, but it's nice to know a little bit about snakes. Like, why does the cobra have a hood? Is the cobra showing that it's angry by raising its hood? No, the cobra is saying that it's scared. It's trying to look bigger. It's trying to say, please leave me alone. I'm here. It's trying to be noticed. Okay, that's why the cobra is raising its hood. Not to show off, not to show that it's angry. It's to show that it's scared and wants to be left alone. Okay, then you have these sand boas or Whitaker's boas. Small things, people say it has two heads, one in the front, one behind, which is not true. Whitaker's boas have only one head, or sand boas have only one head. Small things if you learn about them, or you have the Russell viper. Russell viper, people are really scared, and they're found a lot in urban areas, including in areas like this, because they can survive without a forest cover. They can survive in a gutter, they can survive under your car, they can survive in a shed which is not being used. So they adapt very well to human beings, to human settlements, Russell vipers, cobras. Now people say that Russell vipers are very deadly, the most deadliest snake around in India. Of course they do create a lot of fatalities because people interact with them a lot. Now, but why are they so common in urban areas? They're common because they have so much of prey base. We have so much of garbage, we have so much of rodents and rats, so their numbers spike. Okay, so they have adapted very well. If you go to a village, you'll find a nice balance between non-venomous and venomous snakes. You'll find more non-venomous snakes. But if you come to a city, you find more cobras and Russell vipers. Why? Because these snakes have adapted to urban settlements and they depend a lot on rodents and rats and stuff like that. So if you know a little about their behavior, that snake there, which is very pretty at the end, wine snake, okay, people say that it makes a hole in your head. There is nothing interesting in your head for the snake. The snake is a harmless snake. Okay, it's a vine snake. The thing about this snake is because it's harmless, because it has no venom, and because it's very slender and delicate, it tries to show that it is dangerous. So you go close to the snake, it opens its mouth and acts like it's going to bite. Now, because it's on the tree, the closest part of your body to the snake is your head. Okay, so that's why the myth has developed that it attacks only the head and makes a hole in your head, which is not true. Yeah, so it's little knowledge about these snakes and the creatures around us goes a long way to help. Yeah? Anyway, I won't go into details of this cold-blooded, but yeah, snakes and reptiles are cold-blooded, which means they can't regulate their own body temperature and they depend on the environment. So that's the reason you'll see them basking in the sun. That's the reason they need to bask. But a very simple thing, like, in Goa, for example, we have a lot of crocodiles. Crocodiles have always been there. People say the numbers are increasing in Goa now. It's not true. People are seeing crocodiles more often because of social media. Yeah? But now for a crocodile, it needs to bask in the sun. Now they stay in rivers and lakes, and they need to come up to bask in the sun or to build their nest. Muggers, we have muggers, so they make a nest. Now the problem is all these rivers have retaining walls built, okay, to stop soil erosion. Now because of the retaining walls, they can't come and bask in the sun. So difficulties are created. Because they can't come and bask, they have to go a long way, enter somebody's backyard or somebody's garden to bask in the sun. Okay, so we need to understand these animals to live with them. Okay? So a little bit of knowledge is, this audio won't play now because we don't have, I thought we were playing from the system. Anyway, so I'll just play a video. It's okay if you don't have the audio. Yeah, so a lot of people do die of snake bites in India, which cannot be denied. Okay? We have a lot of deaths in India, above 50,000 every year. Now the thing is that people, once they're bitten by a snake, they tend to do the wrong thing. Knowing about first aid is very, very important. Okay? So you need to know what to do when a snake bites you. I won't go into the details of that, but it's simple. I can share it with you all maybe later. What you do is, if you're bitten by a snake, remain calm and go to hospital as soon as possible. But the problem in India is that people will go to local shamans, local faith healers, and delay the process of treatment. And that's where the problem arises. If a person is bitten by a snake and rushes to hospital and takes treatment for it, they'll be fine. Most of the times they'll be fine. It works a lot. But the problem is that people do not know what to do when they're bitten by a snake and they do the wrong thing. Okay, it's very important to do the right thing at the right time. Yeah? And first aid in case of snake bites is simple. If a snake bites you, remove anything that's tight on your body, remain calm, do not panic, call an ambulance, go to hospital. That's it. Don't tie, don't cut, don't suck it out, don't use some rocks or stones. It's simple. That people do a lot of wrong things, but the right thing is remain calm, do not panic, remove anything tight on your body and rush to hospital. Nothing else. No tying. Okay? People lose their hands and legs because they tie it tight. People lose their lives because they cut it and suck and stuff like that. Anyway, just a few pictures. This is a young crocodile that is hatching out of an egg. The egg was destroyed by dogs, and hence we had to intervene and take the eggs, and then we hatch the crocodiles and release them back in the wild. So now the main predators for crocodiles in the nature would have been mongoose and monitor lizards, but now because we have so many feral dogs, that's also a problem. So sometimes they need assistance. Okay? So this is a young crocodile that was hatching. So we do find eggs and stuff like that we need to hatch, but it should be done by experts. So if you find an egg in your surroundings, make sure that you inform the forest department if it has to be removed from that place. A lot of times people are building buildings or houses and you dig and you find python eggs or whatever other kinds of eggs. Make sure you hand them over to the forest department for further treatment. Same with owls. Okay, now because of the lack of trees, owls are nesting in people's buildings, in people's houses, and people can't tolerate them. Learn to tolerate them. People have told me to please remove the owls from here because throughout the night they're making a loud noise. Okay, the least we can do is tolerate the noise an owl makes. Yeah, so learn to tolerate them. Anyway, always the best thing is when you find a young one, try to reunite it back with the parents, with the adults. Okay, I'll just give you one story. There are so many stories I can tell you. That was one of my first kind of rescues. A nest fell down, and normally people say when a nest falls down and a chick falls out of the nest, never touch it. The mother won't take it back, which is not true. I was maybe 7 or 8 years old. This orange juice was a juice available at that time. So the nest was destroyed. So I picked up the nest, I put it in that box, hung it on a clothes line, put the chick back in it, and the mother came and started feeding the bird. And then the mother took over. Yeah? So try to reunite the young ones with the parents. Many rescuers, so-called rescuers, they'll find a young civet or a young bird, and they'll take it home because it's soft and cuddly, and they'll want to keep it as a pet. Once an animal loses its wild instincts, it is as good as dead. Okay, for example, even the flying fox, which is here. The mother was shot. It was shot in Goa, and then the baby was still alive. So we had to raise it and then rehabilitate it. But raising it in captivity is very, very difficult because we should not allow the animal to imprint on us. If they lose their wild instincts, they're as good as dead. And if it can't be released back in the wild, you have failed, right? So I always tell people, try to let nature take its course. Try to reunite them back with the parents. Yeah, that should be your main goal, okay? When a rescue is really required, okay, sometimes birds are, like you can see a pangolin. Not many people have seen an anteater or a pangolin. This was stuck in a net, monkey stuck in a net, python crossing the road, got scared, the car's moving, the driver got scared, stopped the car, the python went in the car. So then you need rescue. An owl, same, you know, we fly kites, people go fishing in Goa, the fishing line remains there after it breaks. Owl got stuck on the fishing line, was remaining hanging in the sun, it could have died. We use tar or mortar to do our roads. But when the tar gets hot, sometimes snakes get stuck in the tar puddles which are at the side of the road. Okay, like that one. So that cobra took me like 26 hours to rescue that cobra. Okay, because there was tar in the mouth, in the nose. So sometimes rescues are required. But most times when you just see an animal, it does not need rescue. The animal is there doing its thing. Yeah, and escape is not a bad thing. Many times when I'm going to rescue some snake or whatever, like in case in this leopard also we were there, the dogs cornered the leopard, it climbed a tree. Many times people say, no, no, sorry, the snake is gone, I'm very sorry. I say, don't be sorry to me. If the snake has gone, that's great, the snake is back where it belongs, you are safe, everything is safe. Like in this case, the leopard climbed a tree because dogs cornered it. All we did is we went there, we moved the people away, moved the dogs away, and let the leopard escape. Yeah, that's the best. So escape is a good thing for wild animals. Let them be in our surroundings. Yeah? We have beautiful animals, we just need to start admiring them. Yeah? Bees, another very important thing is, again, bees to make a hive, they require a strong tree branch. And now because lack of trees, they don't find that space and they're building it on our buildings, on our windows, on windowsills, on our roofs. Okay? And bees, we know how important they are for our ecosystem, for our fruits, for our vegetables. They're really important, not just for honey. Honey is secondary, yeah, but they're important pollinators. But now people get so scared of bees. Every time there's a beehive outside in the building, they'll call us to take it out. Now many people like me also will say that we can take out beehives without killing the bees. So we go, we smoke them, remove the bees, cut the hive, and the bees are gone. So I don't do that unless it's really, really an emergency. Now the thing is that the adult bees might be safe, but the colony might split. The entire colony might get destroyed. All the bees might die. They might not die at that moment, they'll die later on. All the eggs, the larvae in the hive, they're all ruined. Okay, so there's no safe way of removing bees. Okay, especially these apis dots that are the wild rock bees. Yeah? So now if they're outside, many people call me saying, no, please come and take out the hive because I'm scared my children will get stung by them. So the question is, it happens. Why does it happen? If there's a beehive outside in your building, bees will enter your house. They will fly around the light, they will fall down when they get exhausted. Your kid or you might stamp the bee and get stung. Now why is this happening? Because they're attracted to the light. So the solution to this is not remove the beehive. The solution is before you put on your light in the evening in the house, close your windows or put a net. That's it. Let the bees be there. Like you can literally touch a beehive and they won't do anything. Yeah, the moment you threaten them or hurt them, that's when they're going to sting. So try to let them be and try to live with them. Okay? Scorpions, just for example, you can see a mother scorpion carrying babies and she's looking after her babies. So they also feel for their young ones. They also take care of their young ones. Yeah, we need to start empathizing with creatures like this. Do you know what animal this is? Slender loris, right? Not many people have seen this. It's one of the smallest primates. Yeah? And very soon it could go extinct because they depend highly on a proper forest, proper tree cover, proper tree canopy. Yeah? So we need to protect our forests. Like these we have in Goa. We still have them in Goa. People don't know about it. But unless we protect their habitat, unless we protect the ecosystem, we will not have them soon. Yeah? Yeah, so this is just a statement I like. A little more empathy and a little less greed would go a long way. Yeah, again, another thing is many times we have to just stand back and watch nature take over and recover. We don't have to interfere many times. So this concept of rescue has to be re-looked at, okay? So just let it be. Enjoy them while they're around. And because I'm cheesy, I put pictures like this. This is a very unique Russell Viper. A small video, I'll just play this in the background and tell you a small story if I have another 5 minutes, okay? So basically, this was a white-bellied seagull. I'll just tell you a story, okay? Just to put a seed of food for thought in your mind. This is a white-bellied seagull. It's a beautiful bird. Has a 7-foot wingspan. It was kept in a cage, in a small cage where it could not even open its wings. Somebody gave me a call, and then we called the forest department. With the forest department, we went, conducted a raid, got the bird. Now the bird was kept captive for a couple of years, okay? Now this bird cannot go back in the wild technically because it will die. Because it's probably not used to hunting and, flying and stuff like that. So I had two options. With the forest department, I discussed, I had two options. One is keep the bird in captivity, and they said, if you want to release it, you release it soon. Or other thing is keeping it in captivity. So I told them, if you give me an opportunity of spending one day, of having one day in freedom, or a lifetime of captivity where I'm looked after by a different species who does not understand me, I would prefer that one day of freedom. Yeah? So now this is not right. We thought this bird would die, but still I felt that if I was that bird, I would want that one day to survive in the wild rather than being kept in the zoo. So I went ahead with the forest department. We released the bird, not knowing what would happen. The bird flew away. This is not the end of the story. Yeah? Did this bird survive or not? Okay? So did this bird survive or not is important. So technically, this bird should not have survived. But while walking down to release it, something I did not plan, while walking down to release this bird, something I did not plan and did not know would happen, while walking down this at Cap de Ram Fort in Goa and South Goa, there was a small tea stall run by a local. He said, that's a kakon. Kakon is the Konkani name for a white-bellied seagull. He said, it's a kakon, I know that bird. Go do what you're doing and come back and have tea with me. So I released the bird. And I was very, very sad because I know that this is probably the last day of the bird in the wild. It probably will die. Okay, it's not used to flying, it's not used to hunting. So I go back and I have a cup of tea and I'm a little sad. And then I asked that guy, how do you know that's a kakon? How do you know it's a white-bellied seagull? He said, Baba, I'm from here, I'm a local fisherman. I have raised these birds in the past. Okay, I found them in the sea, on the beach, stranded, and we have raised them in the past. He said, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. I said, do one thing. If you see this bird grounded on this fort, if it's grounded, it can't fly, please let me know and feed the bird fish, fresh fish. And he said, and I told him I'll reimburse the money for the fish. He said, what are you talking about reimbursing? I'm a fisherman, I get the freshest fish possible. So every 3 days, for the next 2 months, this bird used to get grounded. And this guy used to go and feed the bird. And after 2 months, it had enough of strength to fly and to hunt and all that stuff. It stopped getting grounded and it was happily moving around that area. I did not know this would be the outcome. But my intention was that if I was that bird, I would like to be free and not captive. Yeah? Anyway, this is a very important thing is, unless we look at wildlife through their eyes, we will not understand their pain. Okay? So we need to look at wildlife from their perspective. Anyway, thank you very much. Have a nice... Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for creating awareness among us about wildlife, especially about reptiles. Heading to the conclusion, I request Srimati Rekha Rizvi, the Director Mumbai GPO, to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, senior officers, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the conclusion of the morning session of the second day of Mahapex 2025, it is my privilege to express on behalf of Department of Posts my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this day truly special. First and foremost, I extend my deepest thankfulness to our chief guest, Sri Benhel Antao, conservationist, and I would correct myself as a relocator. I thank sir for elevating this event with his inspiring presence and enlightening presentation. Sir, your dedication to the environmental conservation and the way you connected it to the world of philately is truly remarkable. So we would obviously remember two things. One is how to act on a snake bite, and then the beehive, and certain misconceptions were cleared here. Thank you, sir. I also thank Sri Rahul Koth, Deputy Director, Natural History Collection, BNHS, for his presence. My heartfelt gratitude to Sri Adnan Ahmed, sir, Postmaster General, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar region, for gracing this occasion and for all the releases which were a tribute to the beauty and diversity of Maharashtra and Goa. I'm equally thankful to Ms. Jayanti Samadhan ma'am, GM Finance, for gracing today's event. I'm also thankful to Swati Pade madam, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Maharashtra Airport Development Company Limited, who was our former Postmaster General, Mumbai region. I'm also thankful to Sri Ramchandra Jaibe sir, Postmaster General, Pune region, and Srimati Suchita Joshi ma'am, Postmaster General, Mumbai and Navi Mumbai region, for meticulous guidance for the event. I'm also thankful to Sri Abhijit Bansode sir, DPS headquarters, Dr. Ajinkya Kai sir, DPS Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar region, Sri Abhijit Ichke, DPS Navi Mumbai region, for their presence. I express my gratitude to Sri Sudhir Jakaire, APMGPD Maharashtra Circle and team from Circle Office. I express my appreciation to all my division heads and regional officers from Mumbai as well as Navi Mumbai region and their team for fulfilling each one's responsibility in making this event a grand success. I'm also grateful to the officers and team of Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar region and Pune region. A special thanks to all the participants along with their accompanier and the audience. Your participation and presence has elevated the spirit of the event and immense value to our philatelic celebrations. I'm sorry. I also thank press and media for making the coverage. As we close today's first session, let us carry forward the spirit of philately and continue to celebrate the beauty and stories that stamps tell us. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for another exciting day at Mahapex 2025. Thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. I request everyone present here to rise up for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this release function is concluded. Thank you everyone. Have a good day. Next we will have some activities. We hope you all enjoy the event. Thank you.
the Great Indian Bustard. Great Indian Bustard landed in the Nanaj Mardi Great Indian Bustard Sanctuary, probably the only home for the tragic king of the vanishing grasslands in western India. The Forest Department has named the birds which landed after a 5-year gap in the Nanaj Mardi area of Bustard Sanctuary, Badu and Chotu. The arrival was followed by 3 female birds in early 2015, indicating a good sign for breeding. Sightings of the Great Indian Bustard, Ardeoptis nigriceps, was irregular since 2008. This started creating pressure from the local community, raising questions about the viability of the wildlife sanctuary. The Forest Department took special efforts for the conservation of the Great Indian Bustard, especially habitat restoration and protection. The Great Indian Bustard, now a critically endangered bird and facing extinction, is a center of attraction at the sanctuary. The Great Indian Bustard inflates its gular sac, which opens under the tongue, and the tail is cocked up over the body during display. The birds are omnivorous, feeding on grass seeds, berries, insects and reptiles. In the cropland areas, the bustards also feed on exposed groundnuts, millet, jawar, sunflower and the pods of legumes. Pastures and woodlots established by the Forest Department of Maharashtra under the Drought-Prone Area program resulted in excellent habitats, and we were benefited by the protection. People consider grasslands as wasteland or barren land, and so the government planted a huge number of exotic trees on our grasslands. Due to this, the birds were slowly displaced from their potential habitats and forced to explore new areas for the survival. The population in the sanctuary of Maharashtra declined from 60 in 1989 to only 5 in 2015. The Great Indian Bustard needs a mosaic of grassland and traditional croplands as a desired habitat. But now the grasslands have rapidly been brought under either cultivation or human settlements and even industrial development. Grasslands, commonly referred to as wasteland or barren land, are home for huge flora and fauna. Apart from the Great Indian Bustard, other grassland obligatory species such as blackbuck, antelope cervicapra, Indian courser, Cursorius coromandilicus, Indian fox, Vulpes bengalensis, and Indian grey wolf, Canis lupus palipus or Canis indica, are found to be affected by human intrusion. The habitat fragmentation, survival and breeding within the limited resources is causing a rapid decline in the population. Species like the great Indian bustard, which have low productivity and slow maturation rates, are the worst affected. Species like the Indian courser are also getting affected, and their breeding population in the area has declined from 100 birds in 2010 to just 22 in 2014. Due to the recently installed solar power plant at Vadala, which is the roosting ground for many harriers, their population has also reduced from 150 in 2010 to 25 in 2013. This number has reached 0 in 2014 at particular areas of Vadala. The same is the case for the chestnut-bellied sandgrouse and Indian courser, which need undisturbed grasslands as a habitat. There is a dire need to conduct proper environmental impact assessment studies before starting any developmental projects, especially renewable energy projects on large grassland patches. The habitat is shared by many small grassland obligatory species like Sykes lark, Galerida deva, ashy-crowned sparrow lark, Eremopteryx griseus, Indian nightjar, rain quail, Coturnix coromandelica, yellow-wattled lapwing, Vanellus malabaricus, and many more. Rosy starling, Pastor roseus, a migratory species, performs spectacular and dazzling formations called murmurations in huge flocks before settling on the roost site. Solapur being the region for quality jawar production, the millet here invites birds to the vicinity. Solapur is a drought-prone area. In recent years, there has been an increase in the number of water reservoirs which have been beneficial for water birds and the farmers. Usually, wetlands dry up in the summer, but with the initial rain showers, shrubs and grasses bloom. Grasslands are governed by insects like honeybees, wasps, and termites that share a social structure with groups of workers and soldiers. They take care of the young ones. Their life cycle nurtures the ecosystem by habitat restoration and soil formation. Grasshoppers and beetles that are major food components of the diet of the great Indian bustard are threatened due to the rampant use of pesticides. Free-ranging dogs are also a menace to ground-dwelling birds, and the population of these dogs around the sanctuary area needs to be controlled. Birds of prey like harriers, red-necked falcon, Falco chiquira, black-winged kite, Elanus ceruleus, and owls are at the top of the food web and are found hunting and feeding on animals. The population of birds of prey is an indicator of a healthy ecosystem. If their population goes down, then the numbers of their prey species can go up. Birds in the Nana Jamardi area are known to move locally in different seasons.
भारताची प्रमुख शहरं पर्यावरणाच्या समस्येनं ग्रासली आहेत. जिथं नागरिकांना हवंय निसर्गाचं सान्निध्य, तिथे शहरं मात्र झुंजत आहेत एका गंभीर पर्यावरणीय आव्हानाशी. हे आव्हान आहे रॉक पिजन अर्थात कबुतर म्हणजेच पारव्यांच्या संख्येतली विस्फोटक वाढ. डोळ्यातील नारिंगी छटा आणि पिसांवरची चमकदार लावण्यता घेऊन या पारव्यांनी शहरांमध्ये आपला प्रभाव पाडला आहे. करुणा भावनेतून त्यांना खाद्यदान देण्याची प्रथा वाढली आहे. परंतु या कृतीमुळे पारव्यांची संख्या बेसुमार वाढून नागरिकांच्या आरोग्याला धोका निर्माण होतोय.
माझे आजोबा दर्शन झाल्याच्या नंतर इथे कबुतरांना दाणे टाकायला घेऊन यायचे. आता माझे आजोबा नाही आहेत, पण मी त्यांच्यासोबत जे क्षण घालवले ते मी आताही अजूनही करतो. मी दर शनिवारी मंदिरात येतो, त्यानंतर मी कबुतरांना खाणं दाणे टाकतो.
करुणा भावनेतून खाद्यदानाची प्रथा इथल्या संस्कृती आणि धार्मिकतेत खोलवर रुजली आहे. कबूतरखान्यांपासून ते निवासी संकुलांपर्यंत शहरभर या करुणा खाद्यदानाचा प्रादुर्भाव दिसून येतो. परिणामी सर्वत्रच पसरलेल्या पारव्यांच्या विष्ठेतून नागरिकांमध्ये श्वसनविकारांचा संसर्ग उद्भवत आहे.
कॉमनेस्ट आजार जो होऊ शकतो ह्या एक्सपोजरमुळे ते आहे हायपरसेन्सिटिव्हिटी न्यूमोनायटिस. तर हायपरसेन्सिटिव्हिटी न्यूमोनायटिसमध्ये 3 प्रकार असतात. त्याचे ग्रेडिंग असते. अक्यूट असतं, सब अक्यूट असतं आणि क्रॉनिक असतं. तर ह्यामध्ये अक्यूट कुठल्याही आजारासारखा असू शकतो. साधा सर्दी खोकला पण असाच प्रेझेंट होऊ शकतो. पण तो वारंवार झाला तर त्याला सब अक्यूट म्हणतात आणि सतत व्हायला लागला तर क्रॉनिक म्हणतात. क्रॉनिकमध्ये फुफ्फुसाची डॅमेज भरपूर होते आणि त्याच्यामुळे पेशंट्सना कंटिन्युअस ट्रीटमेंट घ्यावं लागतं. काही लोकांना ऑक्सिजनची पण गरज पडू शकते. काही लोकांना लंग ट्रान्सप्लांटची पण गरज पडू शकते.
शहरी परिसंस्थेच्या संतुलनालाही हे बाधक आहे. इथल्या नगर रचनेशी हे पारवे जुळवून तर घेतात, पण परिसंस्थेचे संतुलन बिघडवतात.
एवढं प्रॉलिफिक ब्रीडिंग यांचं प्रजनन एवढ्या मोठ्या संख्येत करू शकतात, ह्याला आपण कारणीभूत आहोत का? कारण आपण त्यांना एवढं खाणं देतो. बाकी तुम्ही जगभरात सगळीकडे बघायला गेलात तर सगळे क्लायमॅटिक फॅक्टर्स, एन्व्हायरमेंटल फॅक्टर्स, हॅबिटॅट डिस्ट्रक्शन, म्हणजे जे काय जंगल आपण कमी करतोय, या सगळ्या गोष्टींमुळे बाकी सगळ्या ऑलमोस्ट पक्ष्यांची संख्या कमी होते. पण फक्त अर्बन एरियाजमध्ये बघायला गेलं तर कबूतर, कावळे आणि ब्लॅक काईट किंवा घार आपण ज्याला म्हणतो, त्यांचं पॉप्युलेशन वाढतंय. का? कारण हे सगळे आपल्या फॅक्टर्समुळे झालेल्या गोष्टी आहेत. आता आपल्याकडे एरिया एवढाच आहे, आपल्याकडे जागा कमी, आपण मुंबईत राहतो. त्या छोट्या एरियात जर एकच पक्षी किंवा एकच प्राणी असा खूप जास्त वाढला तर त्याचा ऑफकोर्स हा इम्पॅक्ट बाकी प्राण्यांवर आणि पक्ष्यांवर डेफिनेटली होऊन जातो.
रस्त्यांच्या कडेला दिसणारे कचऱ्याचे ढीग मांसाहारी पक्ष्यांसाठी, उदाहरणार्थ कावळे आणि घारींसाठी अनैसर्गिकरित्या मोठा अन्नस्रोत पुरवतात. त्यामुळे या पक्ष्यांची संख्या झपाट्याने वाढते. परिणामी झाडांवर घरटी करून राहणाऱ्या लहान पक्ष्यांची संख्या मोठ्या प्रमाणावर घटली आहे.
प्रत्येक पक्षी आपले अन्न निसर्गात शोधतो, पण पारवा ही आता एक बिघडलेली प्रजाती बनली आहे. त्यांचे एकमेव काम म्हणजे प्रजनन. लोक त्यांना खायला घालून फक्त त्यांची संख्या वाढवतात. ही गोष्ट जैवविविधतेसाठी उपयोगी नाही आणि मानवी आरोग्यासाठीही धोकादायक आहे. ही एक मानवनिर्मित समस्या आहे. नैसर्गिक परिस्थितीत असे घडत नाही. पारव्यांची संख्या इतकी प्रचंड वाढली आहे की त्यांनी स्थानिक पक्षी प्रजातींना हद्दपार केलंय.
या कारणास्तव लहान पक्ष्यांद्वारे होणारे कीटक नियंत्रण, परागीकरण आणि बीजप्रसाराच्या महत्वाच्या कार्यांमध्ये अडथळा निर्माण झाला आहे. पूर्वीचा मंजूळ पक्षारव, उदाहरणार्थ बुलबुल, शिंपी, तांबट आणि बुरखादारी हळद्या यांचे आवाज आता क्वचितच ऐकू येतात आणि त्याऐवजी कावळे आणि घारींच्या आवाजाने आसमंत भरून गेला आहे. सरकार कबूतरखान्यांवर बंदी घालून सार्वजनिक ठिकाणी पारव्यांना खायला घातल्यास दंड आकारून आणि वर्तमानपत्राद्वारेही प्रबोधन करून उपाययोजना करत आहे.
वास्तविक पाहता या वाढत्या संख्येमुळे जैवविविधतेवरती सुद्धा परिणाम होतो आणि दुसरी महत्त्वाची बाब म्हणजे की ह्या कबुतरांची जी विष्ठा आहे किंवा त्यांच्या शरीरामध्ये काही वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे व्हायरस असतात. त्यामुळे आज जवळजवळ 60 विविध प्रकारचे आजार हे नागरिकांना होतात असं दिसून येत आहे. त्यामुळे आमचा प्रयत्न असतो की नागरिकांनी कबुतरांची संख्या वाढण्यासाठी त्यांना फीडिंग करू नये त्या संदर्भात कायद्यामध्ये काही तरतुदी आहेत, दंडाची तरतूद सुद्धा आहे आणि अशा प्रकारे आम्ही नागरिकांना आवाहन करत असतो की आपण कबुतरांची संख्या वाढली नाही पाहिजे यासाठी महानगरपालिकेला सहकार्य करावं.
परंतु परिस्थिती नियंत्रणात आणण्याचा उपाय एकच आहे, सर्वांचे सामूहिक प्रयत्न. BNHS सारख्या संस्था संशोधन, प्रबोधन आणि कायदेशीर उपायांनी या मोहिमेत महत्वाची भूमिका बजावत आहेत. हे लक्षात घेणं गरजेचं आहे की आम्ही पारव्यांच्या विरोधात नाही, परंतु त्यांना करुणा भावनेतून खाद्यदानाच्या विरोधात आहोत, जे पर्यावरणीय संतुलनास सातत्याने धोक्यात आणत आहेत. आपल्या वर्तनातील छोटासा बदलही पर्यावरण, जैवविविधता आणि सार्वजनिक आरोग्य सुधारण्यासाठी मोठी मदत करू शकतो. आपणही या बदलाचा भाग होऊ शकता. छोटी कृती, मोठी व्याप्ती. वन्यजीव प्रजातींच्या संवर्धन उपक्रमांसाठी योगदान द्या. प्राणी संग्रहालयातील प्राण्यांना दत्तक घेऊन त्यांची काळजी घ्या. मियावाकी जंगलासारख्या अभिनव संकल्पना किंवा स्थानिक झाडांच्या लागवडीचे आणि देखभालीचे कार्यक्रम प्रायोजित करा. स्थानिक हरित क्षेत्रे जपण्याची जबाबदारी घ्या. जैवविविधता जपण्याबाबत लोकांचे प्रबोधन करा.
Team 2 Kavya, Team 3 Vedant, Team 4 Amit, Team 5 Hridan, Team 6 Rehan, Team 6 Kendriya Vidyalay, Rehan, okay. Team 8 Sufia, Team JD Bharda, Revti. Gandhi Memorial, Srinivas. Gandhi Memorial, Srinivas. Yes. Nitesh. Hutu, Gandhi Memorial. Aryan. Okay. Bai Kabibai, Sumit Yadav, Team Sumit Yadav. Bai Kabibai, Raj Rai, Team Raj Rai. Team 18, Bai Kabibai. Rohan, Team Rohan. Bombay Cottage, Faisal. Bombay Cottage, Niharika. Bombay Cottage, Jordan Pinto. Bai Kabibai, Dhaval, Team Dhaval. Bai Kabibai, Sohan. JJ, नहीं बस ठीक है.
Good morning, dear friends. Am I audible to all of you? Yeah, so nice. So I am Dr. Sudhir Jakre. I'm the Assistant Postmaster General from Department of Post. I look after business development for Maharashtra, and philately is my passion. So today I'm going to conduct a quiz for you, a philatelic quiz. Okay, so I welcome you all at Mahapex 2025, and we will be having a quiz session now. Okay, so let me give you the brief as to how we are going to proceed with this whole quiz. Okay, am I clear to all of you? Very good. The format of the quiz is that we are going to have it in 2 rounds. There is a preliminary written quiz which you will have to solve, and out of those written quizzes I will declare the result on the spot, and I will select 5 teams out of this. 5 teams. Okay, each team will have 3 members. I will choose the top 5 teams. The top 5 teams will come here on the stage and will participate in the final quiz. So right now, I will be talking only about the preliminary round, okay? We are going to distribute a sheet of paper to you, okay? In the paper, it's a multiple choice questions are there, okay? And in each question, you have 4 choices. Total 10 questions are there. I am going to give you only 5 minutes. I am going to give you only 5 minutes. That is 30 seconds per question. Okay? You have to answer them fast, and then you have to give us for evaluation. After 10 minutes, I'll declare the results, and the teams, top 5 teams, we will ask them to come on stage, and then we shall start the main quiz. Okay? So now let's distribute the papers to all of you. You all must be a bit surprised that this is a philatelic quiz and I'm going to ask you technical questions. No, nothing of that sort. This is a test of your general knowledge. How much you know about your surroundings, how much you are curious to know about what is happening around you and around the world. So it's going to be a very interesting session and a very knowledgeable one. So best of luck to all of you. Each team will receive one page and they have to start solving it fast. Okay? I'm giving you only 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes starts for Team A right now. All those who receive the papers should start, should start solving it. No problem. They may start solving it. We will time it. Please start solving it immediately. You have got only 5 minutes. Okay? 10 questions, 5 minutes. Before you mark your answer, please discuss between each other. Time starts for 5 minutes. We are distributing to the teams. I'll give a justified 5 minutes to all of you. I have here between us Ashwini Desai ma'am, and she will be one of the moderators for this today's event. She will help me in the final evaluation of the results. I would request all the teams to please write the name of their school after the 5 minutes time interval, okay? Please write the name of your own school, okay? Please be careful while marking your answer. Take your time. Yeah, you may ask. Please write the name of the school. And your student's name you can add to it, no problem. Please add the student's name also, name of the school and student's name. I'm giving you only 5 minutes, okay? After this, I will explain the second part of the quiz. There are 10 questions which are asked in the question paper. We have almost 19 teams which are participating right now. We have to choose top 5 teams. In case there is a tie break in the final score, we have a tie-break question also. Okay? If required, if there is a tie in score, we shall have a tie-break question if required. Okay? For, for the first teams who have received the papers, you have last 1.5 minutes remaining. So please be fast about it. And if you are able to finish the answers, please hand over to our volunteers. I would request volunteers to please collect the papers, the forms from each team. All of you will have to write the name of your school and all the team participants. I would request all the teams to please note down the name of your school. Madam, moderate करूँगा ये. Okay, 5 minutes are almost over. I hope all the teams have submitted their answer sheets to us. Okay. In next 10 minutes, I'll declare the results and then I'll invite the teams to come down over here. Any team is still working on the question papers? Any team is working on the question papers? Okay. I presume the first round is over for all of you. Now I'll request the volunteers to please clear the field. I'll request the volunteers to please clear the field. Okay? And now please, all the participating teams, listen to me carefully. Okay? All the participating teams, please listen to me carefully. We are going to have at least 3 rounds of question and answer during the quiz. So, what is the golden rule of a quiz? What is the golden rule of a quiz? Anybody can tell me about it? The golden rule is that when your turn comes, only then you have to raise your hand and answer. Okay? I request all the participants to maintain the decorum of the session. Whenever I ask them to answer the question, they will raise their hand and answer the question. I would request all the audience to maintain strict silence so that the team which is trying to answer should be able to answer in a comfortable manner. Okay? There is a rule that you should not jump the gun. When the question is asked to you, you may answer that time. Quiz is a game of patience. You should have a lot of patience while performing the quiz, and you have to wait for your own turn. When your turn comes, only then you have to answer. Okay? Now, in next 5 minutes, I'll have the final result with me, and I will ask all the participating teams to come here on the stage. And I will elaborate upon the rules. Okay? इथे मध्ये नाही यायला पाहिजे, एकदम जवळजवळ घ्या. हां, अजून पाठी घ्या, जवळजवळ येऊ द्या त्यांना. एक पुढे दोन मागे, हे दोन पुढे एक मागे असं करा. दोन पुढे एक मागे बसेल असं करा. दोन पुढे एक मागे. हां, ठीक आहे. एक टीम ही झाली. दोन तिकडे दोन दुसरी टीम बसवा. हां, जरा मागे घ्या, ती खुर्ची काढून टाका टोटली. I would request Ashwini Desai ma'am to help us in the final evaluation, and I would request her to please give me the result of the preliminary round in next 5 minutes. क्विज कोण चालवणार आहे? क्विज कोण चालवणार आहे? Congratulations. You have been selected as one of the teams. Kendriya Vidyalaya Kolaba. Number 1, Kendriya Vidyalaya Kolaba, number 1, team number 6, right? Come, please be seated. GD Somani Memorial School, Kavya, Sonakshi, and Sylvia. Please do come on the stage. Please occupy your seats. Bombay Scottish School, Niharika, Mark, and Sasha. Please come here on stage, occupy your seats. Shanti Devi, B. Banerjee Vidyalaya. Congratulations. Please come on stage. Last school is again Bombay Scottish School, Mahim. Faisal, Vihan, the team. Are you present? Bombay Scottish, a team of 3, please do come. So here we have the 5 teams which are selected finally for the final round of the quiz competition. I would ask them to please occupy their seats and please be comfortable. So now we have the teams present over here and we're going to start the quiz. The quiz is not only for the teams which have been selected over here, we have general audience questions also, okay? When the general audience questions will be asked, mark my words, when general audience questions will be asked, participants won't answer those questions, okay? Only the general audience will answer and they will be getting some exciting gifts, okay? So it's entertainment for all of you, okay? So I would hope that all of you would participate. So as I was discussing, the quiz is not a pure philatelic quiz, okay? I understand you must have all seen the exhibition over here. A lot of good competitive exhibits are over here. So this is a quiz of your general knowledge. This is a quiz of your patience, okay? Now, I will give you a basic idea how the quiz will proceed. I'll start from the team on my left, okay? I'll name you as Team A. Ashwini ma'am, please come here in the front. You please act as the scorekeeper, okay? And I will ask you to report the score as frequently as possible, okay? So I'll ask a question to Team A. Take, for example, I ask you a question. There will be a question displayed here on the screen. If you are able to answer it immediately, you will score 20 points. If you find the question difficult, you can ask for a hint. If you are not able to answer in the first hint, you can ask for a second hint also. Some questions will have hints, some question might not have a hint. I will indicate to you accordingly, okay? When you are asked your question and you are able to answer it in the first instant itself, you will score 20 points. If you are not able to answer, you can ask for a hint. If you are able to answer in the first hint, you will score 10 points. And if you are able to answer in the second hint, you will score 5 points. If you are not able to answer, question passes to team B, to team C, to team D, to team E, and this is how in the clockwise direction we will all move. Okay? If the question is passed from team A to team B, and if team B is able to answer that question, you will score 5 points. Okay? Anybody wants to ask any question in this format? Anybody wants to ask any question? Any doubts you have? Yeah, please. Time is something called as reasonable time that I will decide upon. And one disclaimer over here, all the final decisions will be taken by me. I will be the final authority to decide the scores, okay? One request to all of you again. Question will appear over here. Please don't whisper between yourself. Please don't try to answer it yourself. Let the participant enjoy. We have questions for the audience also. Whenever I ask question for the audience, I would request audience to please raise your hands. Please don't declare the answers, okay? This is a quiz, so we have to all enjoy it. Now, shall we start with the quiz? Okay, we'll distribute the mic so that everybody could answer. No problem, you can pass, no problem. Please turn on your mics, check the mics are working for you.
Hello.
Check the mics are working for you. Mic, check the mic if it is working for you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now be very careful while using the mic. When you are discussing, you have to discuss in a very secret manner, switch off the mics. Otherwise, the next team will hear your discussion and they may know the answer in that case. Okay? So let's start with this quiz. May I have the first slide, please? First slide. Yeah. Question to team A. Identify this person. I want you to please name this person to me. Okay? Look, here I have shown a postage stamp. Okay? It's a commemorative postage stamp and it's about a personality, an individual. Okay? Now, I would give you an idea. Whenever you have doubt, always ask for hint. As I said, it's a game of patience. Don't jump the gun. Don't be in a hurry. Quiz is all about your patience. Okay? So have a look at this personality. What do you think about it? Do you know who he is? You see, a postage stamp has been released by Government of India. So that means this person must be a very, very important person. Can you identify this person? He's a very, very brave person. Look at it carefully. He's wearing a army dress. So he must be an army man. The hint lies in the stamps. Philately teaches us how to observe things in a careful manner. Okay? This is the habit which all of you will have to cultivate. Would you like to go for the first hint in that case? Yeah, fine. May I have the second slide, please? He participated in the Indo-Pakistan War in 1947. Obviously, this man must have done something very great that Government of India thought that a postage stamp must be released in his honor. He is the one who participated in the Indo-Pakistan 1947 war, which happened immediately after our independence. Must be a very brilliant person. Do you want to go for another hint? Or you are able to answer right now? If you are able to answer right now, you'll be able to score 10 points. Team A? Go for the second hint in that case. Ideally, you should try and exhaust it so that you can, yeah, you should always take a second hint. May I have the next slide, please? May I have the next slide, please? The first Paramveer Chakra awardee. Definitely, this is the person who has done something really great and Government of India honored him with a Paramveer Chakra, the highest gallantry award of India. This is the man who has done great thing, and that's why Government of India awarded him the first Paramveer Chakra, the highest gallantry award given to an individual in armed conflict. So who is he? Definitely he has to be honored by a postage stamp. So Team A, any idea about this person? Can you name this person? Very well. The question goes to Team B. You have opportunity. The mic may be given to Team B. You may try, always try.
Sam Bahadur. Sam Bahadur.
No, Sam Bahadur was the Field Marshal. He was not a Paramveer Chakra awardee. First Field Marshal of India, 1977 war. So, 1971 war, sorry. Second, Team C, any idea about this person whom I'm talking about? Team D. Team E? Okay. Now, all of them exhausted. So, may I ask the general public, anybody can raise their hand and answer? Anybody can answer? Or the students will have the first preference. Somebody could give a mic to any of the team members. Maybe this lady could answer. You should not be answering at all, in fact. A lot of students have raised their hands.
What? I don't.
I hope nobody is using mobile over here to find the answer.
Somnath Sharma.
Lady, could you please come down over here? May I have the answer, please? Next slide. Next slide. And he is none other than Major Somnath Sharma. Another click. Go back. Go back, go back, go back. Yeah. Next. He is Major Somnath Sharma, the hero of 1947 war. It's because of his bravery that India was able to stop the invasion of Pakistani Pashtun tribes. He repelled 3 assaults on Indian border. He was the first one to be assigned at the border, and he was martyred over there. But till his last breath, he didn't allow the enemy to enter into India. For his great bravery, Government of India awarded him the highest bravery award, the Paramveer Chakra, and that was none other than Major Somnath Sharma. The lady was able to answer it perfectly. I would ask Geeta Salian ma'am to please give away a gift to this
GD
brilliant
Samani
answer.
Memorial School.
Department of Post, Government of India releases postage stamps to such brave personalities who have sacrificed their life for our nation. So now let's go to question number 2. Next slide, please. Yeah. Who is the first foreigner on Indian stamp? Question goes to Team B. Take your time. Wait for some time. I would request all of you to maintain silence. Please have a look at this personality. He's a foreigner. He's a foreigner, and still, Government of India released a postage stamp on this personality. And why they did that? Who is he that he has done such a great contribution that Government of India thought that it is important that we should release a postage stamp? He is the first foreigner ever to have his face on Indian postage stamp. Question goes to Team B. You are able to answer, or you want a hint? You want a hint. Next slide, please. Next slide. First recipient of Nobel Peace Prize. Obviously, he's such a great person that he has done something really great. He has worked for world peace. I want the name of the personality, and that's why he became the first recipient of Nobel Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize is one of the highest achievement prize given in the field of medicine, given in the field of physics, chemistry, and also peace. Nobel Peace Prize is awarded at Oslo. So are you able to answer, or you want another hint? Very well. May I have the next slide, please? Hint number 2. And obviously, he is the founder of Red Cross. All of us know Red Cross is an international organization. Red Cross supports the injured and wounded soldiers during all war conflicts. They have done great work in the field of human relief. And he is the founder of Red Cross. He is a great personality. Now, who is he? Team B, are you able to answer this, or shall I go to Team C in that case? Very well. Question passes to Team C. Are you able to answer this question? You may try. You may try. Take the mic and speak loud.
No, I'm not. Kavya, say you're good at technology. Please. Abraham Lincoln?
No, sorry. Team D, any chance? You are able to answer? Team D? Speak loud. Let all the... May I have the silence, please?
Albert Nobel?
No, Alfred Nobel was the person who founded the Nobel Prizes, discovery of dynamite. Team D.
J.R. Hackett?
No, Jane Hackett is also not there. Okay, now the question goes to audience. Anybody in the audience, please raise your hands. A mic may be passed on to the audience. A mic may be passed on to audience. Yeah, please.
Henry Dunant.
May I have the answer, please? Next slide. And he is none other than Henry Dunant. Henry Dunant is the founder of Red Cross. Red Cross Society has won 3 Nobel Prizes. They have won Nobel Prizes, Nobel Peace Prize 3 times. And he was the founder. Government of India thought that he's the most appropriate person. Even though a foreigner, he should be honored on a postage stamp on India. I would request Jai Bhai sir to please give away a small gift, token gift, to the winning participant to encourage them for this pursuit of knowledge. Brilliant answer. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. May I have some silence, please? So already we don't have any opening score. The quiz is difficult, but it has to be difficult because that's the challenge. So now may I have the next question, please? Okay? Audience question, so people won't be speaking at all. Desai ma'am, would you please read out the question for the audience?
To simplify the manual sorting and delivery of mail by eliminating confusion over incorrect addresses, similar place names and different languages used by the public, the postal index number, that is PIN code system, was introduced in India on 15th of August 1972. Is divided into 8 postal zones, and the 9th zone is the Army Postal Services. How many digits are there in the PIN code system? Thank you, sir.
A lot of people are raising their hands. May I have the mic in the audience, please? Any one of them can answer? Mic in the, yeah, please, you may answer.
6. 6 number.
Let's have a look at the answer. Next slide, please. Yes, it's a 6-digit PIN code. It's a unique PIN code which gives your identity to your location. Please come down. I would request Toparji to give away a small gift. Please tell your name and school.
Prem Saroj from JD Vada High School.
Congratulations, Prem. A small token from our behalf. Very well done. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next question, please. Identify this logo. Question goes to Team C. It's a difficult question. Look at this logo. This logo belongs to an institution. I want you to identify and name the institution. It's an Indian institution, I agree with you. It's an Indian institution. You have to name that. It's a difficult question, okay? I'll be lenient about this. Do you want a hint? Next slide, please. We'll have a hint. Look at this pair of stamps. A pair of stamps is known as a settlement, okay? A pair of stamp is known as a settlement. Please look carefully at this stamp. It depicts something. It depicts a painting of birds, and it depicts a personality. It is related to the question. It is related to the logo. Can you identify this? Do you want another hint? Okay. Second hint, please. Eminent research institute dedicated to ornithology, and it is located in Coimbatore. It is dedicated to ornithology. Ornithology is the study of birds, and it is located at Coimbatore. At least you can understand the personality. Can we go back, not front, go back, piche, yeah. Look at this personality, at least you can understand this personality. No? Come, okay, be here. Question goes to team D. Are you able to answer, understand the personality, name the institution, understand the logo? Can you explain? Question goes to team E. You are able to answer this? Give the mic to the team, please. No, you have to answer immediately to him. No? Fine. Question goes to team A. You are able to answer this? No. Team B? Just raise the voice.
Salim Ali Bird Sanctuary.
May I have the answer, please? Next slide. And the next slide. And yes, it is Salim Ali. Salim Ali Institute of Ornithology, SciCon, located in Coimbatore. Salim Ali was one of the brilliant ornithologists from India. He received Padma Vibhushan for his great service in bird census and preservation and conservation of bird. Government of India has released a stamp to commemorate him, and today at Mahapex, we released a permanent pictorial cancellation of Salim Ali Bird Sanctuary located at Shoram in Goa. He was a great ornithologist, and that's why Department of Post released the stamp in his honor. Okay, so team B was able to answer, and team B scored 5 points, ma'am. Okay, they were able to open their account. Okay, next question, please. Yeah, question goes to team D. And please hold on, please hold on. The rule is, golden rule as I explained, is not to jump the gun. First foreign woman to be honored on an Indian postal stamp. Do you want a hint?
Marie Curie.
May I have the next hint? She discovered radium. Next one. First woman to win a Nobel Prize, obviously, and next one. And she is none other than Marie Curie. Brilliant chemist and physicist, and she has won the Nobel Prize. Government of India honored her great contribution in the field of radioactivity by releasing a special stamp. Okay? So very good. You were able to answer in the first instance itself, and that's why you'll score 20 points. Okay? Congratulations to you. Ma'am, 20 points for Team D. Team D, 20 points. Okay, a small audience question from my behalf. Anybody could tell me what something special about radium? She discovered radium. Anything unique you can tell me about radium? Very unique thing I want to understand. May the mic may be passed on to the teams.
Sir, both are answered.
No, new person should be getting it. Something unique about radium I would
Backside,
like to know.
anybody?
Anybody? Something unique about radium. Something unique about Marie Curie, if you're able to answer, that is also a good idea. But I want you to tell me something unique about radium. Okay. Yeah, you may answer.
It's used for curing cancer.
It's used for?
It's used for treatment of cancer.
Yeah, it is used for, sometimes it is used for radiotherapy, I do understand, but that is not unique about radium. What is unique about radium? There is a history and a very unique aspect. Yeah, please.
It has a half-life of 16,000 years in quantum mechanics due to the radioactive decay.
No, it is a radioactive thing that I do understand.
So it has a half-life of 16,000 years.
No, I am not looking at that. All radioactive materials have. What's so unique
last one
about
is-
the daily usage of radium? I am asking something unique.
It emits lights when it's kept in darkness.
It glows in darkness. Okay, very well. That is one thing which is there. But why? What is the very specific thing about radium?
Sorry?
Very specific thing. It glows in dark. Agreed. So what? I want you to elaborate upon it. You are very close to what I want. But you please elaborate what you are talking about. You lost the chance. When I ask something unique, then it has to be unique. Okay, very well. I'll tell you. Radium is the material which is used on watch dials. Our watch dial glows in dark. It glows in dark because they apply radium on it, and that's why it glows in dark. But radium causes radiotoxicity, we call it. Radiation poisoning happens. Marie Curie died at a very early age. Before she could complete her 50s, she expired, mainly because of radium poisoning. Even though she was suffering from intense bouts of vomiting and dizziness, still she continued her research for mankind. She sacrificed her life for the mankind so that we can be using the radium and the radioactive material in medicine. Radium was used by watchmakers, and the ladies had a high incidence of cancer. The reason was that most of the ladies used to take a pen, dip it into the radium, and used to point it with their own mouth, and then paint the dials. And that was the cause of radioactive poisoning for them. So that is something unique. You reached over there, but just missed out. So it's all fine. Thank you. We'll go for the next question, please. The question goes to Team E. Who is the founder of postal services in India? Look at this miniature sheet. A sheet of stamps which has different stamps in one single variety is known as a miniature sheet. Please carefully look at the stamp and please tell me the answer of the question lies in this miniature sheet only. Question goes to Team E. Who is the founder of Postal Services India? If you're able to guess from here, fine. Otherwise, you can ask for a hint. Yeah. A, B, C, D, E. Question goes to you. May I have the next slide, please? They want a hint. He was the Governor General of India. He was the Governor General of India. I'm giving you more hints. You have seen the miniature sheet. You have seen the theme related to it. Question goes to Team A. Question goes to Team B. You can take a hint. You'll score 5 points if you answer directly.
Can we take a hint?
Okay. Second slide, please. His political policy was doctrine of lapse.
Rousey.
May I have the answer, please? And he was the Lord Dalhousie. He is the Lord Dalhousie, a very controversial figure. He has been accredited for giving postal services to India, but his policy of doctrine of lapse led to the 1857 revolt. Can I go back? Can I go back? Back, please. Go back again. Go back again. Please look at the miniature sheet. It depicts the 1857 revolt. As I have said, please observe the stamps carefully. Stamps tell you a lot of things. There is a story behind each stamp, okay? So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. The answer was given by Team B, so they will score 5 points. Next question, please. Audience question. Very good. So teams over here won't open their mouth.
Audience, please ready.
Who is the first person, sports person of independent India to win an individual gold medal in Olympics? Individual gold medal in Olympics by an Indian. I want the name. Anybody knows the name? Somebody at the very background I asked for. Let him have the mic, please.
साहेब कशा
Please repeat.
कशाबा दादा साहेब.
No, you are not giving the complete and correct name. Anybody can improve upon it. I hope nobody is using Google over here.
Kashaba Jadoo.
I would ask the lady to please come forward. May I have the answer, please? He is Khashba Dada Saheb Jadhav, first Indian to win an Olympic medal. He won the Olympic bronze in wrestling. I would request Ashwini ma'am to please come ahead and give away the prize to the lady. Brilliant answer on her part. Congratulations.
Gulnaz Sheikh from Srimati Shanti Devi Bibanerjee Vidyalaya. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now may I have the next slide, please? May I have the next slide? Team goes to Team A. Identify this animal, okay? Identify this. I don't want the answer as Master Shifu. I know he is Master Shifu. Okay, they don't answer Master Shifu. Everybody knows he is Master Shifu. That is one of my hints. I want the name of the animal. Which is this animal? Question goes to Team A. You have to name the animal. Yeah. You want a hint? You can ask for the hint also.
Hint.
Sure, you want a hint? You are not able to answer. Okay. Now, may I have the next slide, please? And obviously, he is Master Shifu from the Kung Fu Panda series. All of us know him very well. Okay? He is Master Shifu, but what animal he represents? Okay? You want another hint? You want another hint? You may take another hint.
Raccoon.
It's not a raccoon. Raccoon is not there at all. Okay? So the question passes to Team B. A good chance to score 10 points. Okay? You may try. Team B? No? Yeah. I'll give you 10 seconds. Think over it. I would ask you to please maintain silence. This answer should not come from audience.
Silence, please.
Goes to Team C. Team C.
Is it a panda?
Okay, you are half there. Anything more than that?
Red panda.
May I have a proper look at it? Yeah, just a moment. Just a moment. Let's see. The lady has given a good answer. Now let's see if she is correct or wrong. Okay, so may I have the answer, please? Next one, next slide. Next slide. One slide at a time. And yeah, it's the state animal of Sikkim. So it can't be raccoon because raccoon is found in America. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. And yes, it is the red panda. It is an endangered species. Okay, and Department of Post released a special commemorative stamp to create awareness about the red panda. Here at Mahapex, we have released a philatelic passport. All of you must have seen the passport. And over there, we have the IUCN list, where we have put up the red panda cancellation today. It is available at the counter. You may all have a look at it. So, red panda is Master Shifu from Kung Fu Panda series. Okay, so Team C was able to answer. They will score 10 points. Okay. May I have the next question, please? Next question. Where is, goes to Team D, where is the first Indian post office located outside Indian territory? Outside goes to Team B. Team B. Look at the stamp. Look at it very carefully. An Indian post office located in a foreign territory. How it is possible? There must be something very important and something unique. Where it is located, what is the name? I don't want the location, I'll tell you the location. I want the exact name of the point. Anybody could answer this? You want a hint? You want a hint for this? Hint number 1, please. First scientific base station in polar region. Obviously, you cannot have it in any other country. Postal operations are sovereign operations. They represent the country's sovereignty. That's why Department of Post is so important. You want another hint in this case? Yeah. Next slide, please. I would request audience to maintain silence. And obviously, it is located in Antarctica. Where else it will be? So I want the exact location of it. Antarctica is a big continent. I want the exact location and name of this post office. Are you able to answer? No. Question goes to Team C. Team C, you are able to answer. Team D. Team D may try.
Point William.
No. Point William is located in US. Okay. Next, Team E. Any opportunity? No. Team A? No. Question goes to audience. Anybody can name it. Name the station. We have over here Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who is an expert in Antarctica. He will be the last person whom I'm going to ask this question. He himself has visited over there. So team, not the teams, but any other teams over here or any other audience?
Antarctica at the Maitri.
Please repeat.
Antarctica at the Maitri.
No, that's not the answer.
Dakshin Gangotri. Dakshin Gangotri.
Please come here. May I have the answer, please? Next question, next slide, next slide. Next slide. And it is Dakshin Gangotri, India's first Antarctic base. This is the place where we have our expeditions going. Now it is defunct. Now we have other bases also. Very recently, Department of Post started 2 more locations, that is Maitri and Bharti. So I would request Ramesh Kumar sir to please come down over here, give away the prize, a small gift. Dr. Ramesh Kumar will be conducting a small event day after tomorrow regarding Antarctica expedition. He is a great expert and a scientist on polar research. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh Kumar. So now, may I have the next question, please? This is a difficult question. I want to help you out in this, okay? Question goes to Team C, okay? Have a look at this image. Look at it very carefully, okay? Tell me who is he and what's wrong with the image. Have a close look at this. A postage stamp is released by Government of India. Government of India doesn't release a postage stamp for ordinary people. He must have done something extraordinary. So what he has done, please let me know. In 1988, Department of Post released a postage stamp on this personality. Look at the background. Look at it carefully so that you'll be able to understand about this personality. Will you be able to name him? Who is he? Do you want a hint? May I have the next slide, please? Great tribal leader who led the mutiny against British. He was one of the greatest tribal leaders from India who rose against British Raj. He sacrificed himself. He was a great martyr. Even before the 1857 revolt, his contribution in Indian freedom struggle is immense. You want another hint? May I have the next hint, please? Ranchi Airport in Jharkhand is named after him. Ranchi, the capital of Jharkhand, the international airport located in Jharkhand is named after him. So I think you should be able to answer. Question is for Team C. Team D should wait. Okay, you are able to answer? No. The question goes to Team D. You are able to answer this one? You may try. You may try. Okay, Team E, you are able to answer.
Samunda.
May I have the answer, please? And here is Birsa Munda, the great tribal leader, a great freedom fighter. His contribution in Indian freedom struggle will always be remembered. And what's wrong with this image? What's wrong with this image? Anybody can tell me? Goes to team A, or anybody over here can tell me. No, not for the audience. Just a minute. Anybody can tell me what's wrong with this image? The real photograph is on the left-hand side. What's wrong with this image? Okay, I'll answer it. This great tribal leader was known as Bhagwan Birsa Munda. He was revered in his community. This is the only picture available when he was arrested by British people. He was arrested and he was hanged. When Government of India decided to release a postage stamp in his honor, they removed the handcuffs from his hand. You can see the unnatural position of his hands. That is mainly because the original picture was preserved, but the handcuffs were removed. He was a great leader. To honor his sacrifice and for respect, they removed the handcuffs while putting up this image. So he was none other than Bhagwan Birsa Munda, the great tribal leader. So we'll go to the next question now. Next question. Audience question. Audience question. Topareji, please read out the question.
Audience question. Who was world's first woman prime minister? Anybody? Dinesh, coordinate with them.
Senior
Golda
Philatelic
Meir
should,
of Israel.
Senior Philatelic should answer in the end. Anyhow, since you have picked up the mic, you may answer. What you said?
Golda Meir of Israel.
Golda Meir of Israel was not the first one. Golda Meir was the third one of Israel. The prime minister was somebody different. No, you can't raise your hands. Gunwan Shah, people, all the... Chogule sir, you are not supposed to answer this question. This question is not for philatelists. This is for general public. Students should answer it. Answer will surprise you. Answer will surprise you. May I have the answer, please? Okay, anybody can answer? No?
तर मोबाईलवरून बघून सांगतात म्हणून पाठीमागे येणार आलो.
Very well. Okay. So may I have the answer, please? May I have the answer, please? And she is none other than Sri Rama Bandar Naike. She was the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. It's a very surprising thing. Many people, when I conduct this quiz, answer as Benazir Bhutto or Margaret Thatcher or Indira Gandhi, but no. She was Sri Rama Bandar Naike. Her husband Bandar Naike was assassinated in Sri Lanka, and immediately she got elected in his name, becoming the first woman Prime Minister of the world. So none other than Sri Rama Bandar Naike from Sri Lanka. Okay, fine. We'll proceed further. I would request Ashwini ma'am to please be ready with the scores after this question. May I have the next slide, please? Next one. A very interesting question. This question goes to team D. Okay? Now, we are talking about a person over here. He is doing some interesting things. Okay? All the hints are in this question. Now, what this guy is doing? Who is he and what this guy is doing? He is doing some experiments in biomedicine and remote sensing. He is doing some experiments in biomedicine and remote sensing. May I have silence, please, for a moment? Okay? Second thing, he is chatting with the Prime Minister of India, Srimati Indira Gandhi. Okay? It all happened in the year 1984. And he was on a joint mission with Soviet Union. So he is doing some very interesting things. Who is this person and where is he? Goes to team D. No. Question goes to team. Yeah, question goes to team. You are able to answer this question?
Question D.
D, yeah. See, I would request you to broaden your horizons. Think wide, think big, think out of this world. This answer is very easy but very difficult. He's doing some interesting things. How a person can do so many things. Goes to team E. No. Goes to team A. You want to answer? Hold the mic near your mouth and reply. Try, you should try.
Hack it. Jalur.
No, not at all. Team A, Team B. No, Team C, you are on to try. Very well. The question goes to general public. I won't be asking those who check out from the Google. Google gives a very interesting and very easy answer.
गूगल पे आप चेक
I
करके
would ask
स्कूल
Mr.
का नाम
Kulkarni
खराब
to
कर रहे
help me
हैं
out
नो
if he knows the answer.
नो आवर वॉलंटियर्स आर
Rakesh Sharma from space.
Yeah, so let me have a look at Let's have a look at the answer. It's Rakesh Sharma. And he's doing all these experiments in space. It's Soyuz mission, joint collaboration between India and US, Soyuz T-11 mission. He's the first astronaut from India. He was doing medical experiments. And he was chatting with Indira Gandhi also. The chat was very interesting. What happened in the chat? Anybody can tell me? Anybody can tell me? Okay. No. Those who were hardcore philatelists should not answer. Hardcore philatelists are not to be entertained over here. Indira Gandhi asked him कि वहाँ से भारत कैसा दिखता है? And Rakesh Sharma replied, सारे जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. That was a brilliant answer on his part. So that was none other than Rakesh Sharma in Soyuz. Okay, as I hinted, think big. Okay, let's go to the next question now. Identify this personality. Okay, goes to team E. I have given 2 hints. He is born in 1879 in Erode in Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore. I have deliberately taken questions from other states so that you can have an all-India perspective. And he took part in the Vaikom Satyagraha. He is one of the greatest social reformers of India. Inarguably, one of the greatest social reformers from India. Who is this guy? If you are able to answer, think over it. Do you want a hint? A hint is required. May I have the next slide, please? No, wait. Don't give me the next slide. Okay, yeah. Started the self-respect movement in Tamil Nadu, and he wrote the journal Kudi Adirasu. Okay? Not only we should know about our own surroundings, about our own state, but we should have an all-India perspective, and we should know about such great personalities. Definitely he is something great. Question goes to team A. You want to try the answer? No, team B?
Aurobindo.
He's not Aurobindo at all. Well tried, but no Aurobindo. Team C. Team D. General audience, anybody could answer without checking out on Google. Very simple answer. It's very easy. Anybody would raise the finger? Anybody over here?
Kamrajar.
No, Kamraj was not there. Kamraj was a very great man, a great leader from Congress, but he's not Kamraj. Obviously, Kamraj was one of the chief ministers of Tamil Nadu. He was also definitely a great social reformer from another community. Okay, may I have the next slide, please? And he is Thantiya Periyar, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, one of the greatest social reformer who worked in the field of women empowerment, removal of untouchability, and gender emancipation. A great personality. Department of Post released a definitive stamp in his honor. A definitive 25 paisa stamp was released in his honor for such a great personality from Tamil Nadu. So I request Ashwini ma'am to let us update about the scores.
The scores are Team A, none. Team B, 10. Team C, 10. Team D, 20. And Team E, nothing. So we have Team D, 20, the highest score.
Team D with 20 points is leading the competition, and Team B and C with 10 points are trailing
Excuse
behind.
me?
So tough competition going on. Very well.
Excuse
May I
me,
have the,
sir?
Yeah.
We had scored 5 points of a Birsa Munda question.
Birsa Munda, okay, yeah. They should get a 5 points. No, I just did no problem. Thanks for updating. Okay, next question, please. This question goes to Team A, okay? Identify the monument, okay? I'm talking about some monument. It was built by a militant revolutionary from West Bengal, but it is located in Pondicherry. Now, how is it possible? He was a militant revolutionary, that is one hint. He was located in West Bengal. He was from West Bengal, sorry, but the monument is located in Pondicherry. So, how this mismatch has happened? Have I formulated the question in a wrong manner, or you have some other explanation for that? Anybody could answer? Anybody could think of it? The question went to team A. Not able to answer. Goes to team B.
I can't pronounce the name of the monument, but it's built by Aurobindo. The golden globe thingy.
May I have the next hint, please? And he is the personality. And may I have the next one? And he is definitely Aurobindo. This is Aurovilla, located in Pondicherry. This is a unique monument for international friendship and cohabitation. A very unique concept. Aurobindo Ghosh was a militant nationalist who had a very, very controversial career in the early part of his life. He was jailed and then interned in Pondicherry, where he started this revolutionary Aurobindo ashram. A lot of people do visit. The monument over there, the globe, is a very unique architectural wonder present. I would request all of you, whenever you visit Pondicherry, do visit this place. So very well, team B will get 10, they'll get full points for this. Full points, 20 points. 20 points for the answer. Correct answer in the first instance itself. Okay? May I have the next question, please? First living personality on stamp. This is very, very difficult. To have your own image on a stamp is a great honor. Usually, Department of Post releases stamps on a posthumous personality. But he is a person who was still living and his image was put up on a stamp. How was it possible? How was it possible? Who is he? What great thing he has done that Government of India honored him in such a big manner?
Hint.
Yeah. May I have the next slide, please? Yeah. He started India's first women university. He started India's first women university. The university is located in Mumbai. Established in 1916, it is known as SNDT. Srimati Nathibai Thakarsi University is the first women university. This man must have done something really great. Who is he? Are you able to answer? Question goes to team C, team D, E, team A. Okay. Audience question, any of you could answer? Philatelists should not raise their hands at all for answering the question. I'm not going to entertain them at all. This is for the children, students.
Gondo Keshav Karve.
May I have the answer, please? The gentleman, the lady may come down over here. Kulkarni, Kulkarni ji. Kulkarni kude gele. Kulkarni kude gele. Chaugule ji, please come down to give away a prize instead of raising your hands for answers. Chaugule ji should come down to give away prizes. He is one of our eminent philatelists from Mumbai, so you should come down and give away the prize. Okay. Please tell me your name.
Arya Bhandari.
I would request Chaugule sir to give away a small gift to the girl lady for the correct answer. Please face the screen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very well. Nice. He is Dhondo Keshav Karve, a great personality who worked in field of women education and women empowerment. Look at his height. He is only 4.5 feet in height, but his achievements were towering. Two different universities gave him the delete, the highest doctorate of literature, the highest prize possible. He was a great personality, and Government of India honored his contributions to the society by releasing a postage stamp. May I have the next slide, please? Name the missile. Okay, I am talking about a missile. Now the question goes to team. Team C. Question goes to Team C. Have a look at the hint. It is the fastest supersonic cruise missile in the world. May I have silence, please? Okay, silence, please. And it is named by joining the name of two different rivers from two different countries. Now, can you name the missile? What I'm talking about? Let's have another hint if possible. Next slide, please. It is an Indo-Russian joint defense venture. Now, what I'm talking about? Can you tell me? I'm talking about a missile, which is a supersonic cruise missile. It is an Indo-Russia joint collaboration. Any answer? No. Goes to Team D. Team E. Team A. Team B, you can answer.
BrahMos missile.
May I have the answer, please? May I have the answer? And it is BrahMos cruise missile. A glorious achievement of India's defense technology. Department of Post released a special stamp to commemorate this brilliant scientific defense achievement by Government of India. So this is none other than the BrahMos cruise missile. So Team D gets 5 points. Yeah. May I have the next question, please? Goes to Team D. Okay, audience question. Audience question. Name India's first satellite. India's first satellite.
Aryabhatta.
Would you please come up over here? Kulkarni ji, please come down over here. Kulkarni sir will give away a small souvenir for the lady for the correct answer. Thank you very much, sir. So, may I have the answer, please? It is Aryabhatta, Department of Post, released a special postage stamp to create awareness about our achievement in space technology. So may I have the next question? Last 3 questions will be asked. So this is going to be a tough competition. We are going to have last 3 questions. I'll request Ashwini madam to please update us about the scores after.
The answer is Dal Lake.
Gentlemen, few days back I have told you that you have to wait for your turn and not jump the gun. I have not even asked the question. Okay? I could have deducted your points as a penalty right now. As I said, quiz is not about your knowledge, it's a game of patience. So when your turn comes, the golden rule says, don't jump the gun, okay? So the question is, in which lake the floating post office in India is located? Next. It is located in Jammu and Kashmir. Next. And obviously, India's only floating post office is located in Dal Lake. The answer is there. I won't deduct your marks because of a mistake committed for the first time, okay? Team D will get 20 points for this. Never make that mistake next time. Question number 15, okay, goes to Team E. This is a first day cover, okay? And we have 3 personalities over here. Please have a look at these 3 personalities. Look at them very carefully, okay? And now I'll ask the question. Don't run very fast. Please wait. The 3 personalities, I want the name of all 3 of them. The first one, a fundamental particle, is named after him. The second one is considered to be the father of atomic energy in India. And third one, a X-ray observatory telescope was launched, and he also won the Nobel Prize in Physics. So I want the name of all three, if possible. Goes to team E, any possibility? You can name at least a few of them. I want the name of all three, if possible. These are the hints available. I have said the quiz gets difficult as you move on. You may try, you may try. May I have silence, please? Goes to team A. Anyone name you can tell me? No. Before I ask, you'll get 5 points if you answer any of this. If you answer 2 of them, I'll give 10 points. May I have the answer?
The second one is Homi Bhabha.
Second one is definitely Homi Bhabha.
Third one is Narayan.
No. Team A, team C, sorry.
The first one, I think so, it's atoms. Atoms, the first one.
No, I want the name of the scientist. And it's not Adams also. Okay. May I have the answer, please? Okay, team A. Yeah, you can answer. You can improve upon it.
First one is Bose, the scientist.
No. Bose means Subhash Chandra Bose, you want to say?
No, Chandrasekhar Bose.
No, it's not Chandrasekhar Bose. You were very close, you made a mistake. Slight mistake.
Niels Bohr. Niels Bohr.
They are all Indians. Niels Bohr was a physicist who was from Germany. Okay. May I have the answer, please, now? May I have the answer now? First one is Satyendra Nath Bose. Okay? All of you must have heard of Satyendra Nath Bose. Anybody can tell me about... Ramesh, sir, question is not for you. Anybody can tell me about Satyendra Nath Bose? Satyendra Nath Bose was famous for the boson. You heard about the term boson? Recently, few years back, we heard about the term Higgs boson. Higgs boson is a fundamental particle which incorporates the property of weight and mass to any particle. It's a complicated physics, but the whole idea came from Satyendra Nath Bose. He, along with Einstein, Albert Einstein, proposed the Bose-Einstein condensate, a special particle theory he had proposed. So he was Satyendra Nath Bose. Second was Homi Jahangir Bhabha. Team B will get 5 marks, obviously, father of Indian atomic energy, and he was from Mumbai. Correct answer. The third one was Subramaniam Chandrasekhar, a great personality. He was famous for Chandrasekhar limit. Anybody knows Chandrasekhar limit? Heard of it? Anybody can come down over here and explain me Chandrasekhar limit? Anybody can explain Chandrasekhar limit over here? Subramaniam Chandrasekhar was nephew of C.V. Raman. He was awarded a Nobel Prize in Physics. He became a US citizen later on, and he proposed that for a star to become a black hole, its mass should be 1.44 times the mass of the sun. For such a great discovery, he was awarded Nobel Prize, and United States launched the Chandra Observatory to honor this great Indian scientist. So these were the 3 people who had done immense contribution in the field of fundamental science. Department of Post released a special cover to congratulate their great contribution. May I have the next question, please? This is the last question now. This is the last question I'm asking. I would request Ashwini ma'am to please update the scores.
So team A has nil, B has 40, C has 10, D has 40, and E has 5. So we have a tiebreaker between B and D.
We have come to the last question, and we have a tie between Team B and Team D. So nothing can be more interesting and exciting than this. The question goes to Team B. Please go back. Please go back. Yeah. You have to identify this bird. Okay. I'm asking a question. Identify this bird. Do you want to take a hint?
Hint.
Yeah. Sorry. It goes to Team E. Okay. Next slide, please. It is India's heaviest flying bird. And second, it is located primarily in the dry grass regions of Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. So Team B, take your time and identify this bird. I want the proper name, not the scientific name. I want the proper name. If you are able to identify it, that will be a very good thing. You can directly win the competition at the last question. So it can be more exciting than this, okay? Please tell me if it is possible for you. Team A seems to know the answer, but I'll have to wait. It will pass on to Team B. Question goes to Team B, if you could answer. Start Team C. I want the full name.
Is it a seagull?
It's not the seagull. It's the heaviest flying bird from India. Seagull is found throughout the world.
Can I say another answer?
No. Goes to Team D.
So the Great Indian Bustard.
May I have the answer, please? And it is the Great Indian Bustard. It's the Great Indian Bustard. At the last question, Team D was able to answer correctly, and they will get 5 points out of it. And now let me have the final score. I would request Topareji to come over here. Deepshika, please come down over here. And then you may please declare the results. Ashwini ma'am will help you out with the results.
So, Team A has 0 points. Then Team E has 5 points. Team C has 10 points, coming at the third place. Then Team B with 40 points, bagging the second place. And the winners are Team D with 45 points. Well done.
Congratulations, Team D. So please come over here and tell me your names and school. Please come over here on the stage. Identify yourself. Please be loud. Please tell the name of your school and identify yourself.
We are Bombay Scottish School, Mahim. I am Faizul Haq.
I'm Ruben Medekar.
Vihan Bhave.
Congratulations to the Mumbai Scottish School team for winning the quiz competition for today. It has been a very interesting round. Went at the edge, at the very last edge. And congratulations to the winning team and all the participants over here. Thank you very much for coming down today. Please, you can occupy your seats downstage. Thank you very much. Our quiz is over for today. We can have a group photograph. I would request Deepshika ma'am to please come on stage for the photograph session. Ashwini ma'am, please come on stage. Kulkarni sahib, please, yeah. The whole team may come down.
भारताची प्रमुख शहरं पर्यावरणाच्या समस्येनं ग्रासली आहेत. जिथं नागरिकांना हवंय निसर्गाचं सान्निध्य, तिथे शहरं मात्र झुंजत आहेत एका गंभीर पर्यावरणीय आव्हानाशी. हे आव्हान आहे रॉक पिजन अर्थात कबुतर, म्हणजेच पारव्यांच्या संख्येतली विस्फोटक वाढ. डोळ्यातील नारिंगी छटा आणि पिसांवरची चमकदार लावण्यता घेऊन या पारव्यांनी शहरांमध्ये आपला प्रभाव पाडला आहे. करुणा भावनेतून त्यांना खाद्यदान देण्याची प्रथा वाढली आहे. परंतु या कृतीमुळे पारव्यांची संख्या बेसुमार वाढून नागरिकांच्या आरोग्याला धोका निर्माण होतोय.
माझे आजोबा दर्शन झाल्याच्या नंतर इथे कबुतरांना दाणे टाकायला घेऊन यायचे. आता माझे आजोबा नाही आहेत, पण मी त्यांच्यासोबत जे क्षण केले घालवले ते मी आताही अजूनही करतो. मी दर शनिवारी मंदिरात येतो, त्यानंतर मी कबुतरांना खाणं दाणे टाकतो.
करुणा भावनेतून खाद्यदानाची प्रथा इथल्या संस्कृती आणि धार्मिकतेत खोलवर रुजली आहे. कबूतरखान्यांपासून ते निवासी संकुलांपर्यंत शहरभर या करुणा खाद्यदानाचा प्रादुर्भाव दिसून येतो. परिणामी सर्वत्रच पसरलेल्या पारव्यांच्या विष्ठेतून नागरिकांमध्ये श्वसन विकारांचा संसर्ग उद्भवत आहे.
कॉमनेस्ट आजार जो होऊ शकतो ह्या एक्सपोजरमुळे ते आहे हायपरसेन्सिटिव्हिटी न्यूमोनायटिस. तर हायपरसेन्सिटिव्हिटी न्यूमोनायटिसमध्ये 3 प्रकार असतात. त्याचे ग्रेडिंग असते. अक्यूट असतं, सब अक्यूट असतं आणि क्रॉनिक असतं. तर ह्यामध्ये अक्यूट कुठल्याही आजारासारखा असू शकतो. साधा सर्दी खोकला पण असाच प्रेझेंट होऊ शकतो, पण तो वारंवार झाला तर त्याला सब अक्यूट म्हणतात आणि सतत व्हायला लागला तर क्रॉनिक म्हणतात. क्रॉनिकमध्ये फुफ्फुसाची डॅमेज भरपूर होते आणि त्याच्यामुळे पेशंट्सना कंटिन्युअस ट्रीटमेंट घ्यावं लागतं. काही लोकांना ऑक्सिजनची पण गरज पडू शकते, काही लोकांना लंग ट्रान्सप्लांटची पण गरज पडू शकते.
शहरी परिसंस्थेच्या संतुलनालाही हे बाधक आहे. इथल्या नगर रचनेशी हे पारवे जुळवून तर घेतात, पण परिसंस्थेचे संतुलन बिघडवतात.
एवढं प्रॉलिफिक ब्रीडिंग यांचं प्रजनन एवढ्या मोठ्या संख्येत करू शकतात, ह्याला आपण कारणीभूत आहोत का? कारण आपण त्यांना एवढं खाणं देतो. बाकी तुम्ही जगभरात सगळीकडे बघायला गेलात तर सगळे क्लायमॅटिक फॅक्टर्स, एन्व्हायरमेंटल फॅक्टर्स, हॅबिटॅट डिस्ट्रक्शन, म्हणजे जे काय जंगल आपण कमी करतोय, या सगळ्या गोष्टींमुळे बाकी सगळ्या ऑलमोस्ट पक्ष्यांची संख्या कमी होते. पण फक्त अर्बन एरियाजमध्ये बघायला गेलं तर कबूतर, कावळे आणि ब्लॅक काईट किंवा घार आपण ज्याला म्हणतो, त्यांचं पॉप्युलेशन वाढतंय. का? कारण हे सगळे आपल्या फॅक्टर्समुळे झालेल्या गोष्टी आहेत. आता आपल्याकडे एरिया एवढाच आहे, आपल्याकडे जागा कमी, आपण मुंबईत राहतो. त्या छोट्या एरियात जर एकच पक्षी किंवा एकच प्राणी असा खूप जास्त वाढला तर त्याचा ऑफकोर्स हा इम्पॅक्ट बाकी प्राण्यांवर आणि पक्ष्यांवर डेफिनेटली होऊन जातो.
रस्त्यांच्या कडेला दिसणारे कचऱ्याचे ढीग मांसाहारी पक्ष्यांसाठी, उदाहरणार्थ कावळे आणि घारींसाठी अनैसर्गिकरित्या मोठा अन्नस्रोत पुरवतात. त्यामुळे या पक्ष्यांची संख्या झपाट्याने वाढते. परिणामी झाडांवर घरटी करून राहणाऱ्या लहान पक्ष्यांची संख्या मोठ्या प्रमाणावर घटली आहे.
प्रत्येक पक्षी आपले अन्न निसर्गात शोधतो, पण पारवा ही आता एक बिघडलेली प्रजाती बनली आहे. त्यांचे एकमेव काम म्हणजे प्रजनन. लोक त्यांना खायला घालून फक्त त्यांची संख्या वाढवतात. ही गोष्ट जैवविविधतेसाठी उपयोगी नाही आणि मानवी आरोग्यासाठीही धोकादायक आहे. ही एक मानवनिर्मित समस्या आहे. नैसर्गिक परिस्थितीत असे घडत नाही. पारव्यांची संख्या इतकी प्रचंड वाढली आहे की त्यांनी स्थानिक पक्षी प्रजातींना हद्दपार केलंय.
या कारणास्तव लहान पक्ष्यांद्वारे होणारे कीटक नियंत्रण, परागीकरण आणि बीजप्रसाराच्या महत्वाच्या कार्यांमध्ये अडथळा निर्माण झाला आहे. पूर्वीचा मंजूळ पक्षारव, उदाहरणार्थ बुलबुल, शिंपी, तांबट आणि बुरखादारी हळद्या यांचे आवाज आता क्वचितच ऐकू येतात आणि त्याऐवजी कावळे आणि घारींच्या आवाजाने आसमंत भरून गेला आहे. सरकार कबूतरखान्यांवर बंदी घालून सार्वजनिक ठिकाणी पारव्यांना खायला घातल्यास दंड आकारून आणि वर्तमानपत्राद्वारेही प्रबोधन करून उपाययोजना करत आहे.
वास्तविक पाहता या वाढत्या संख्येमुळे जैवविविधतेवरती सुद्धा परिणाम होतो आणि दुसरी महत्त्वाची बाब म्हणजे की ह्या कबुतरांची जी विष्ठा आहे किंवा त्यांच्या शरीरामध्ये काही वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे व्हायरस असतात. त्यामुळे आज जवळजवळ 60 विविध प्रकारचे आजार हे नागरिकांना होतात असं दिसून येत आहे. त्यामुळे आमचा प्रयत्न असतो की नागरिकांनी कबुतरांची संख्या वाढण्यासाठी त्यांना फिडिंग करू नये. त्या संदर्भात कायद्यामध्ये काही तरतुदी आहेत, दंडाची तरतूद सुद्धा आहे आणि अशा प्रकारे आम्ही नागरिकांना आवाहन करत असतो की आपण कबुतरांची संख्या वाढली नाही पाहिजे यासाठी महानगरपालिकेला सहकार्य करावं.
परंतु परिस्थिती नियंत्रणात आणण्याचा उपाय एकच आहे, सर्वांचे सामूहिक प्रयत्न. BNHS सारख्या संस्था संशोधन, प्रबोधन आणि कायदेशीर उपायांनी या मोहिमेत महत्वाची भूमिका बजावत आहेत. हे लक्षात घेणं गरजेचं आहे की आम्ही पारव्यांच्या विरोधात नाही, परंतु त्यांना करुणा भावनेतून खाद्यदानाच्या विरोधात आहोत, जे पर्यावरणीय संतुलनास सातत्याने धोक्यात आणत आहेत. आपल्या वर्तनातील छोटासा बदलही पर्यावरण, जैवविविधता आणि सार्वजनिक आरोग्य सुधारण्यासाठी मोठी मदत करू शकतो. आपणही या बदलाचा भाग होऊ शकता. छोटी कृती, मोठी व्याप्ती. वन्यजीव प्रजातींच्या संवर्धन उपक्रमांसाठी योगदान द्या. प्राणी संग्रहालयातील प्राण्यांना दत्तक घेऊन त्यांची काळजी घ्या. मियावाकी जंगलासारख्या अभिनव संकल्पना किंवा स्थानिक झाडांच्या लागवडीचे आणि देखभालीचे कार्यक्रम प्रायोजित करा. स्थानिक हरित क्षेत्रे जपण्याची जबाबदारी घ्या. जैवविविधता जपण्याबाबत लोकांचे प्रबोधन करा.
usually return during the monsoon period, which is the breeding season of many ground-nesting birds. To find out the local movements of Great Indian Bustard, Chotu, a sub-adult Great Indian Bustard male, was fitted with a platform transmitter terminal by the Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, in May 2015 for a satellite transmitter study. He was seen moving up to 100 kilometers from the Nanaj Mardi area. The grasslands are crying today, and so are the birds and animals here. They need a piece of grassland without human interruption to breed and to exist. Sadly, the grasslands are treated as wasteland by our government. These lands are rapidly brought under development and infrastructural use. But the development cannot be done at the cost of ecological depletion. The changing pattern of land use is doing great damage to grassland ecology and shrinking the breeding grounds of grassland flora and fauna. Chotu is roaming far away in the drought-prone areas of the Marathwada region, where large areas are still under traditional farming. The sanctuary now waits for the arrival of its key species, and so do the environment protectors. Otherwise, the existence of the sanctuary is brought under question every time. We need to think seriously about grassland protection because grasslands play a vital role in water purification and regulation, pollination and seed dispersal, local climate regulation, carbon sequestration, soil formation and development, primary production, nutrient cycling, biodiversity conservation, recreation and tourism, and providing fuel, food, sanitation, and most importantly, the fodder for the cattle. A tragic end. The sudden death of Badu, an alpha Great Indian Bustard, in October 2015. A golden opportunity to study the bustard further in detail was lost. Badu succumbed to a leg injury, probably due to a collision with a high-tension wire. We hope Chotu will arrive in the sanctuary to breed and give this grassland a much-needed prince.
going on, and I hope all of you will able to gain a lot of inputs regarding how you will be keeping yourself on track for the international exhibitions through Madhuka Jinganji. So I would request sir to please take over and enlighten us.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Welcome to this presentation. This is first time I'm doing it in Mumbai, and it's about what I will go in the history also. Basically, what we are focusing is on how the current uh, level of exhibiting is there internationally, how it is being done, what are the latest things, people are innovating and using it in the stamp collecting. Movement nahi ho raha hai. Oh, okay. So this was the fundamental question in the mind of all the exhibitors. We have made an exhibit, we have exhibited, now how we can do it. But sorry. So collecting is definitely different from accumulating and hoarding. Exhibiting. The exhibiting, what we do in exhibiting is, we don't show our entire collection, we show part of the collection, and there are lots of, I should say, rules and regulations. There are not, when you are collecting and not exhibiting, there are no rules which are applicable. But moment you get into exhibiting, lots of rules are there which are applied. Many people, maybe for this reason, for some other reason, all stamp collectors do not become exhibitors. In fact, the UPU statistics from World Association for Philately, which they host, was 1.5 to 2% stamp collectors only exhibit. However, in India, more and more people, are growing, getting into exhibiting, which is a good thing. And that is where this kind of a presentation comes into help. And I'm showing here the two things. One is India Post Regulations, which came out in 2001. And the FIP website's screenshot is there, where all the FIP rules are there. There is another very valuable resource which I would like to mention, which is American Philatelic Society's Manual for Philatelic Exhibiting and Judging. Now you see this, the keyword here is, they are mentioning it for philatelic exhibiting and judging. The law is same. So exhibitor has to understand the law, the rules, and use them. And judges also have to use the same regulations to award and reward the exhibit. Now we just go back into history a bit. This is how the first generation of exhibiting used to be. The stamps were, mounted, no write-up, and if write-up is there, it is, like written on a separate page like that. Sorry. Second generation, the write-up came, but still it is predominantly stamps only. Then we call it like 2.5 generation, in the sense cancellations, covers and other things got added. And this is the third generation, where detailed description is provided, and elements, philatelic elements, like other elements like booklet, the pranking, all other things are slowly getting added to it, more specialized material. This is 3.5, more specializing. And this is very close to what we do today, the fourth generation, which is highly specialized. And this I'm showing examples from thematic, but it is same for any other class. And this is what we are showing is how the awards and generation it takes, like it was not possible if we make an exhibit today, like the first generation exhibit will not reach anywhere. It will hardly get a bronze or something. And naturally the latest generation of exhibits can achieve, the gold, large gold also. As we have 8 medal levels. So it can reach there. This is the basic of FIP has about 16, 17 recognized classes. Apart from literature, youth, or 1 or 2 classes which has slight different, basically this is applicable to say 13, 14 classes. The same thing applies. The same marking system applies. So whether we are making it exhibit in traditional class, we are making exhibit in postal stationery class, aerophilately, astrophilately, maxima fillet, more or less it is all the same things. This is the presentation, and this presentation has 5 marks, and then knowledge and study has 35, and treatment has 30. Condition and rarity has 30. So this is where you see material thing where the stamps are concerned, their condition and their rarity. That is where the philatelic material is concerned. Total, it gets only 30 marks. 70 marks, you have to focus on other departments, not the material. We think if we have rare stamps, we automatically will qualify for a higher award. That doesn't happen. The 70 marks you have to get from other departments, like how you made the title, the plan, how it is developed logically. There should be a proper beginning, proper middle, and proper ending kind of a thing. Philatelic importance is something very subjective. Everything else is objective. Philatelic importance is subjective in the sense many times there have been a talk in even FIP level that we should do away with importance, because what you think what is important to a Britisher was not important to maybe American, and this used to happen before India came on the world map of philately. Normally before 75, 1975, maximum marks we used to get in the importance was 6 or 7. Now we get 9 because a lot of Indians have interacted. A lot of Indians have been able to give the feedback, but still it is subjective. Many times this debate has been there that something else should come in its place and importance should be done away with. So far it stays. So that is one thing where as an exhibitor we can't do anything to improve, except you choose a subject and a title which already is important, philatelically important. And knowledge, personal study and research, this is the key part of the exhibit where you can score. You have to show that you have brought out something new, innovative, or you have at least done deep research. Deep research doing is one thing and showing it is another thing. Like many people have done the research, but how to present that research with the material. And it is not easy. Sometimes you have the material and you cannot find anything about it in detail, and sometimes you have a lot of information and the relevant philatelic item is elusive. So that is where it goes. And presentation, say 5 marks, it looks very little, but this presentation 5 marks can kill the remaining 95 marks. The first impression kind of a thing, when judges come and look at your exhibit They first frame, first page, they of course they read in detail and they look at it. I mean, if it is a nicely balanced view, visual, they are in a favorable situation. Otherwise, I mean, if it is very haphazard or something, they are not in a, like it will affect your marks, definitely. So this is what we've been discussing, understanding the criteria, the concept and the approach. As I said, 70% is the concept and approach and material is only 30%. This is the basic, most important thing people keep on forgetting. They said, I've spent so much on my exhibit, why I'm not getting a higher award. So here, some points I have given. Each exhibit is judged on its own merit. It is not comparative. It is not one, first, second, third. Who is the first, who is the second, who is the third. We are not judging that. It is very like a school curriculum kind of a thing. There is a mark sheet. Out of 100 marks, one has to score. And like in any school, everybody in a class can be in first division, pass in first division. It not necessarily there has to be first, second, and third. So it is not compared with other exhibits for that reason. And subsequent, like when judges are explaining, that time they will say, see how he has done it, learn it from there, giving an example. But otherwise it is not. There is no minus marking for the exhibit, but it is misunderstood, this line, because the juries usually give awards for what is there in the exhibit. Minus marks are not there. But what happens is, suppose we have put an inappropriate material, or you have put a forgery, or you have put something which is not relevant to the subject at all. So you are wasting a valuable real estate. You may have a 60-volume collection, but all you can show here is 80 pages. And in 80 pages, 80 A4 pages, you have to complete the story. Everything need not be expensive, but it should complete the story. There, the problem is that if we are wasting that real estate space, which is very expensive real estate, then we are losing marks. We are not losing marks because somebody has not given, like somebody deducted. It is not that somebody can't award you marks for that kind of a thing. That is how this is the concept is there. So this is again 4 points which we say. Choosing, I mean, yesterday Anand Kakadu was giving a very nice presentation and he emphasized over and over again, and it took him 2 years after exhibiting to come to a pakka title, come to a firm title, come to a useful title. But finding a title which conveys what you are going to show in the exhibit, not only to the judges but to the visitor, complete story. And the title page itself, where we have plan and other things, that should be very, very, like breakup is not usually given nowadays in the mark sheet system, but 10 marks are there for the page 1. You take it like that. Where we have done the plan page or introduction of the item of the exhibit and the title, that constitute at least 10 marks. The selection of material must be based on the qualification. When you read especially the post office rules or the FIP rules, the first para is about appropriate material for that class. What is appropriate material for astrophilately class? What is appropriate material for postal stationery? What item is postal stationery? What item is not postal stationery? Formulas where the stamp is separate and like you have to paste a stamp on it is not considered postal stationery. Though it looks like postal stationery, it is used as postal stationery, serves as postal stationery. But unless until post office sells that blank form with the stamp affixed clearly, it is not postal stationery. So like appropriate material for each class. So appropriate material is, I mean, you're selecting appropriate material is important. Though thematic, we have something like 300 elements and we have to show a variety of elements. All other class we sort of ignore. It's not that other classes we can't show the elements. Other classes also we can show the elements. Postal history, we can show different usages In traditional, we can show again many different elements, not 300, but few elements. So the philatelic range and quality, I mean quality is also important. If you are showing a very bad condition cover, you have to explain. You have to explain why why you can't find a better copy. If it is only 2 known, 3 known or something, or this is the problem. Like crash covers, we have this kind of a problem. And the presentation, as I said, is a very, very critical and crucial element of the exhibit presentation. So, even today I was discussing with a exhibitor about a postcard. We have to avoid duplication. If it is a postcard, I mean any item, element has been used once, that particular issue, that particular stamp, that particular cover should not be used again. Whether you can deploy it for a different purpose, but if you can avoid it, please avoid it, because it gives the impression you do not have that material and you are filling up the spaces. You have duplicate of something, you have accommodated because you don't have something else. That is the impression goes. It may not be the truth. And the item should not be far-fetched, that somehow with some route you are trying to fix it, it is relevant to this. It is not like that. It is very clearly, visually be seen that this is a relevant item. And if it is not visually straight away seen, then you give a short explanation, a line and a half, at the most, explaining why this is linked to this thing. And that may be new research, or that may be appreciated by the judges, even with the visitors who are looking at it, but how you have been successfully able to link this particular item with this subject. Very rare items shown in poor condition, but you have to explain. Otherwise, clean covers, postmarkings, like it should be legible postmarks, not something you can't read. They're usually stamped by hand, so all impressions are not equal. So sometimes you have to see, you have to choose, you have to select the best material. Because as I'm saying, you are not showing your entire collection. You are showing a selection. So you have to put your best foot forward. And people do this kind of things when some item is in poor condition, they will not put it in. They will take that risk instead of risking that, put an item and judge may be unhappy. Why? Because sometimes judges are much more knowledgeable. Usually they are. They will know, they will say, well, this is easily foundable item, why you have not found a better copy? I'll come to the balance a little later on this. Yeah. We are going on the subject selection. Smaller, today there is a trend. This is not the rule. But what is happening today is smaller in depth is better than bigger superficial. I mean, I have seen, as Jakresa was saying, that I have seen generational changes. This is one of that. What we used to do earlier, if I am showing an exhibit, Indian postal stationery, I am showing from Queen Victoria to maybe 47, all issues, registered envelopes, ordinary envelopes, letter sheets, aerograms, postcard, nothing left in 5 frames. Today we don't do that. Today we may select a subject, postcards, and just finish it off. Or rather tomorrow somebody will do postcards of Queen Victoria and completely fill the 5 frames. It is possible today to do that because the selection of appropriate material definition has changed over a period of time. In this kind of particular example I am giving you of postal stationery, earlier it was not possible. Especially now we can use both mint and used, rather it is requirement. Earlier it was frowned upon that either you make a mint exhibit or you make a used exhibit, you are not supposed to mix. Now those things have changed. So this is about the page 1, title and plan. I've seen exhibits where people start talking about, if I'm writing about, I'm showing stamps of Hong Kong, then I will write where Hong Kong was, how it was taken over by British and all. That is general, like postal history, the history of the country is not required. What is required is you have to talk about straight away, judges prefer, don't do anything else, straight away get into the exhibit. So the first lines you can give maybe is what you want to show in this exhibit. What is the purpose of this exhibit? Maybe a line. What are you trying to achieve in this exhibit? Like, what is the aim? Like it is a study, and something like you can show what is not covered in the exhibit, because sometimes you give a title or this thing that it means it encompasses everything. And if something is not there, judges can question. If you're saying Indian postcards, well, suppose I'm doing a modern postcards and I'm saying postcards from 47 to date or something like that, and then I'm showing, because number will be too many, I'm just showing a selection of postcards which are not having advertisements. Now I have to mention that in page 1, my scope does not cover the advertisements. Advertisements are outside the scope of this exhibit. Something like that has to go there. That is very, very important. I personally prefer there should be a philatelic material, or if not illustration, but that is again, it's not a rule. In fact, there is a reverse is a rule. If you have a very rare item and you put it on the page 1, the general trend nowadays of judging is it will not be judged. So if it can score good marks, you have to put it in the relevant section of the exhibit, that rarity, that proof, that something, not on the page 1. But personally, many people don't do it, but I personally prefer that we should put some thing, some philatelic item, some illustration, some relevant thing on page 1. In fact, page 1 you have total freedom to do, put on even a non-philatelic picture, postcard, anything like that. Bibliography is also very important. Bibliography is, the international trend is, they ask the first page from you maybe 6 months before the exhibition. They, on that basis, they decide the allotment of your exhibit. And once your exhibit are accepted, they send that page to the judges. So judges, when they come home, when they come to the exhibition, they come prepared. They know these are the exhibits we have to judge. This is the resource material. Every judge cannot be familiar for everything. X may be a postal history judge. He may know India. He may not know Venezuela. So if he knows he is going to study, judge an exhibit on postal history of Venezuela, he will read from a philatelic library, society's library, from somewhere, and come prepared for that exhibit. One thing I have not put in this slide is, it is also important, very important nowadays, to put a line about rarity. We call it a rarity statement. You have to give a rarity statement, how you are showing your rarities. You are frame in red, or you like matting on the red matting, everything else is some other normal color matting, blue matting or green matting, but that is on the red matting. Or if they're framed, all are in different color, but rarities are in red color. Or you put a red dot on that, or something to attract the attention. This is the rare item, so judges can straight away catch that this is the important item of the exhibition. Treatment is again not a. I have attended talks all over. The treatment is one of the most difficult thing to, I believe, explain. I don't know why, but it is like that. People say it has to be a story, narration or something. I believe it has to be a flow. That everything should gel. You know, your second page should gel with the third page, and third page should gel with the fourth page. Of course, the exhibit is broken down into chapters or sections, and even the sequence of sections should be of some, some system, some relevance. that this system, this comes first and this follows, and it logically follows the first section. So like defined start and end points are there. These are the few lines I wrote on that. Write up, we said don't state the obvious. Like people, you say this is the India stamp, this is ₹5 stamp, all this is visible on the stamp. You don't have to write that. Or not only, whatever is like name of the personality or the institution is there, those are what is can be seen in the stamp. Stamp is the visual. Stamp is like you're writing a story, a stamp is the picture on that. So whatever is there on the picture, you don't write in the story. Whatever is, you have to write additional things on that. The sorry. Yeah. The second point is very interesting. The many of the good exhibits I have seen where an item is there and a description is there, another item is there, another description is there, and maybe there may be 6 items of different sizes and 6 descriptions. Sometimes it is not clear to a viewer that which description belongs to what. Sometimes it is in the side, sometimes it is below. I mean, we do that kind of adjustment. Somehow we have to make sure that is more like a designing or a DTP job, that the relevant part should be, I mean, which stamp or the philatelic item it is related to, it should be closer and it should be clearly visible without any confusion on that. This font and font sizes is also very important. The 16 point should be used for the title. Subtitle you can do in 14 points. And for God's sake, don't go below 12 points in the write-up. We say in lighter vein, all juries are getting aged, so it's difficult to read less than 12 points. But otherwise also, 12 point is a nicely readable font. And choose a font, you don't write, on dark surface, you don't write with white letters and all that kind of thing. So we do that kind, the font should be very readable. So too much writing is not required. Relevant information is only there. We can't get into stories, giving explanation, long explanations. Again, page frame, you should not make a page frame because it restricts the space you are on. So that is one thing. And overlapping is again currently frowned upon for various reasons are there. So if you must, there is no other way of doing it, it's okay. But normally you should avoid overlapping of any kind. So this is from the FIP websites. These are the currently FIP approved sizes. As you can see, there are 2 sizes, A4 or 23 by 29 centimeter. 23 by 29 centimeter was the original size when exhibits were being standardized internationally. A4, because it is the ISO standard of the page, are acceptable. Now added later, about 30 years back, I think. Then A3 also comes in 2 sizes, 42 and 46 centimeters width. So if you have material like that, I use for my aerogram exhibit the 46 centimeter width because it allows me to put 3 aerograms in a row nicely spaced. I can put 3 in 42 also, but that gives a very crowded look. So appropriate this page size is chosen. The third size is very interesting again. It is 31 centimeter by 29 centimeter. Height, as you can see, is all same in all 3. The this is, we also call it a square size, and this is again A3 and this square size basically were introduced by thematic exhibitors, but they can be used by all exhibitors. They are being used by all exhibitors, and for every exhibit, every subject, even in a, it's not a, you can say class wise, even in a class, which exhibit is more appropriate for which subject is different. So you have to maybe try and see which page size is better. Like if we have to put exhibit on lithographs, I will say don't make it on the A3, because first of all you will put 150% more material. If there are 10 stamps you can do on 2 A4 sizes, there you will be putting 15. So you should have that much more material. So that kind of a thing. Like traditionally, generally, traditional class maximum I have seen is on square size, but not on the A3. A3 is like no good for traditional class generally. But you can try, and there are other, as I said, A3 and squarish sizes that are there, which are used in almost all the classes. The A3, the first thing you have to understand the difference between A4 and A3 is A3 is portrait and A3 is landscape format and A4 is portrait. So that you have to, when you're trying to make an exhibit, switching over from A4 to A3, you have to think like that. You have to visualize in that format. And again, it is very common in many countries, especially in Australia, and there is no bar on that. Why can't do, I mean, if you are having an exhibit of 80 pages, you can have all 18 different sizes. Till they fit, the height is same, till they fit in a row. Suppose there is a one cover only, which is not fitting in a A4 size sheet. So you can broaden that sheet little more, but next sheet you can make little smaller. So the page size, the total width of 4 pages are maintained in the row, and you can do that. And earlier, when A3 was not very common, we used to join 2 sheets. Exhibits were made, all exhibits in A4, but certain sheets and big material which we can't fit in that. Only those couple of pages we used to make, double pages we used to call them, and put them. So that is again variable width. We have A4, and A3 you can mix and match. There is no law, there is no rule, FIP doesn't bar you from that, but you have to see it is appropriately used. And I'm discussing an obsolete size which was basically for the stamp papers fiscal class, which is not there anymore because it has a logistics problem with the frames worldwide. Okay, now here again, I'm talking about color. Paper always should be light colored. Paper should be off-white. Paper can be very light colored, which like tint of blue, tint of any color, but not dark colors. They are not allowed. This is a rule. A font size we have discussed. As I said, snow white pages are also no good on that. Good quality paper you do. Now printing, again, there is no bar telling you that you have to print it. You have to print it in the black and white only. You can bring in color again, but you have to bring in color judiciously, and like very limited, where you have to highlight something or point out something. That is how you do it. Here we are showing the matting, the double matting, how it is done, the physical matting and the computer generated matting. Nowadays with computer you can do really wonderful work, but physical matting has its own 3D look, and especially doing double matting, very few people do it because it is very time consuming, and it needs much more labor you have to put in there, but it is very good. In the end, I mean, I want to tell you, this is like, we are in Mumbai. It was known for movies. There used to be formula movies. Formula, you make and it keep on repeating that. So here is the formula. This is the current formula which is working, and it is workable for most of the exhibits, most of the classes. Every item you are showing, you should have 5 elements in that. You should have some archival material of that. You should have the issued stamp of that. Suppose we are talking stamps. You should have the used variety of that material. You should have error, some error, if more the merrier, and something unusual. Unusual means something which is not all those 4. Something which is not archival, mint, used, and error. Something unusual. So 5 points if we have, the international judges say that if you have for all the items you are showing in your exhibit, all these 5 points, we will straight away give you Grand Prix. That doesn't happen because nobody has all the 5 items for everything, but that is where it goes. Balance is one, if somebody has one takeaway from the presentation is, one word is balance. So it has to be balance of the item, balance in every sense. We are talking about display, the per page, the per frame, the entire exhibit, and as I'm saying, the layout per frame per exhibit, balance over section. We can't have a section running into 17 pages, another section only 2 pages. It happens. But there has to be a good reason, or maybe you rethink how we can break it into even looking sections. Maybe we change the criteria of dividing the exhibit into something else. But that balance is very important. And this is a new trend again, the conclusion page. Earlier we never used to make some conclusion page, or at least quarter page of the last or half of the last, and that. Thank you.
We had a very informative and a very entertaining session from Madhukar sir. Now I would request our philatelist from Mumbai, our partner who has been working with India Post for quite some time, and a friend of mine, Sandeep Murjani ji, to please come down and give the closing remarks for today's session.
Thank you, Madhukar for such a knowledgeable session on behalf of department, philatelist, and everyone else. Thank you, and that too at such short notice. Anything else? I mean, such a senior philatelist, what am I supposed to say about Madhukar Jinganji? But thank you so much.
Sir, एक minute. Dear friends, we have completed our philatelic activity, the specialized section, and now we are going to have a talk on the importance of bird census. This talk will be given by Dr. Rahul Khoth, who is the Deputy Director in the Bombay Natural History Society. So give us 5 minutes to make all the preparations. Thank you very much. we are working on the theme flora, fauna, and biodiversity. Today morning, we had a philatelic release function where we released a number of philatelic items on various themes like the state butterfly of Maharashtra, blue marmon, the state flower of Goa, red jasmine, a very good booklet, the winners of our photography competition, and other philatelic items. Continuing with the same theme, now we are going to have a very interesting talk upon the importance of bird census by Dr. Rahul Khoth, who is the Deputy Director from Bombay Natural History Society. He is an eminent research scientist who has done a long research on the importance of the birds on the environment. I request him to please enlighten the gathering. Thank you, Dr. Khoth.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So, let me introduce myself. I am Rahul Khoth. I am working as a Deputy Director with BNHS, Bombay Natural History Society. BNHS is India's oldest and the largest Thank you. BNHS is India's oldest and the largest non-governmental organization working in the field of wildlife research, education, and awareness. We just completed 142 years. It was established on 15th of September 1883 by 6 Europeans and 2 then Marathi doctors from Mumbai. A small step to understand the natural history around Bombay Presidency. This word Bombay in Bombay Natural History Society represent then Bombay Presidency is now the small step or a small grouping started by the 8 people is now India's largest and the oldest organization working in the wildlife research. So since in this Mahapex we are celebrating biodiversity, flora, fauna, so let's have a very interesting topic. I know this is not a very usual kind of topic to topic for you maybe, but I'm just trying to give you a glimpse how the other forms other than the human forms, maybe plants, animals, birds are important, and what are the small steps, scientific steps we take to understand their presence, to understand their numbers. So today's topic is importance of annual bird census. So census is like counting. We count the birds on annual basis. That means the annual bird census. It is not limited to birds, but in many countries, and now including in India, we have started even doing census regarding the butterflies, moths, and dragonflies. So if you search annual dragonfly census, you'll find in London there is a long history of counting the dragonflies from different places annually. So it's a very long practice, and it gives very interesting data which is used to make informed decisions. So as I'm telling you, see, what is bird census? It is a systematic count of birds over a period of time annually. The period could be of one day. You're going on a particular day to a particular habitat like forest, wetland, grassland, and you are doing a count of birds. You are literally counting which species and how many numbers. Crow, okay, large-billed crow, 3. You're counting the numbers, you're making the list. And this process is repeated annually. And I told you, the span of this counting could be a day or could be a couple of months. In case of certain like Asian water bird count, it happens over 2 months across India. So people, scientists go to different water holes, water bodies, and they collect information on the birds. So this activities is done all over the world, okay, by scientists, by students, by common people, and whoever is interested. And this is kind of a first step where you get interested into wildlife. Okay, going for a census, going for a birding, this is kind of a first steps where you develop the interest and then you deep dive to understand that particular subject or taxa. So next question, obviously, it's like why we should count the birds. Na? There are so many things to do, and we are now discussing about counting the birds. So why we should do that? So basically, this counting, the information gives us very important information. Now, birds play a very crucial role in nature. Birds are pollinators. Birds are actually the farmers of the jungles. They take the seeds from one tree to another while eating, and then they throw all these seeds wherever they travel, and thus they help in germination of new trees, new forests. So the birds ecologically are very important. And today, because of natural and man-made situations, their population is decreasing day by day. All bird species population is decreasing day by day. So this census is required to understand the trends in the population, whether the population is increasing, whether the population is decreasing, whether it is stable for all kind of species. Then this also gives us glimpse upon the ecosystem health. Suppose you are doing census, you are monitoring birds on a particular pond which is very close to you, and after 10 years you now realizing that particular duck species is nowhere since last 2 years. That means there is something not right with that ecosystem. So if that thing is there, then this continuous, because see, if you're if you're if you're not doing it systematically, you sighted a bird 10 years back, and you are after 10 years going at the same place, and you are seeing that bird, or you're not seeing that, but you cannot make a conclusion whether it's a phenomenon or this year it is absent. But continuous census gives us the health of ecosystem also. And of course, the priority of conservation. If you identify the certain bird species are going down, the habitat is not suitable, there is something wrong with the habitat, then you can approach the appropriate authorities, forest department, government, and then you can conserve that particular habitat. You can try to restore that particular habitat. So that is why we should count the birds. Of course, all these contributes to biodiversity conservation. Our small steps basically, are very important for protecting the biodiversity. As I told you, that birds are an indicator of environmental habitat. Particular bird species, particular butterfly species only occur if they have optimum condition for living. So, for scientists like us, if you give us a list of birds or list of butterflies, I will be able to tell you what kind of habitat it is that, what kind of trees should be there. So all this information I can just abstract just gazing on the list of bird from particular area, कि कौन से trees होंगे, कौन सा habitat होगा, कितनी वहाँ पे rainfall होती होगी, all these things we can go. So for protecting the nature or biodiversity, this census contributes immensely for conservation. So census data also guide habitat restoration. We just discussed before also that suppose on a continuous monitoring you are able to identify that particular habitat is not in a pristine condition, forest or wetlands, then of course that habitat can be restored with all this data. And of course, since you are visiting that area again and again, you can understand or you can spot what are the invasive species. Invasive species means the species which are not from that native habitat. These are brought from outside. So because of your continuous monitoring, you can identify the invasive species, you can try to control the invasive species, and you can then try to decrease the otherwise negative impact of this invasive species. This kind of data also gives us, helps in policy decisions. Now, one example I would just like to tell you that important biodiversity areas are the areas marked all over the world by different organizations based on the availability of birds in that particular area, birds and key biodiversity areas. So this particular census data can also lead to these kind of areas designated to a particular tag or importance. This also helps in the sustainable use of land, and this informs communities, governments and international bodies for the conservation, for the policies. Next and best part of annual census, any annual census, is basically it engages the community. Because for any census you need volunteers, and who are these volunteers? We the people. Whoever is interested, you engage a larger community, and involving a local community in conservation is the best practice. You know, in morning session also, if you were there, there was one slide by Ben. It was written like conservation cannot be done by scientists and conservationists. Okay, so that is true. We as a scientists, we do a science which is limited to a particular group of people. Our papers are only read by particular group of small group of people. But communities are the most important people who are the stakeholders, biggest stakeholders. I know there is an important species, and at particular village, I did a study, I wrote a very nice paper, and then I left. Then there is of no use. If I involve the community, I can get their assurance that, okay, or I can able to convince them that what is the importance that this particular area, plant, species, and then they can take care of it, then nothing like that. So basically, the community is very much important for the conservation. Okay, build awareness and appreciation. It's the same thing. Like if you are aware about something, if you are having some appreciation of something, only then you will conserve. Otherwise, not. So knowledge is most important. Awareness and the affection about that particular community, flora, fauna, plant, animal is important. Only then you will think of conservation. And of course, this data, census data, is widely used by scientists to write scientific papers, and it's published throughout the world. Also, many times you'll observe popular articles about many instances written by the people who are engaged in census. So this kind of census data, see, I have tried to keep this presentation as simple as it is. I'm not going to go into jargon terms and technicalities. I'm just trying to give you a basic sense like what is bird census, why it is important, what kind of information we can gather through it, what are its limitations, and what are the opportunities, and what is the future. That's it. So basically, long-term ecological data, monitoring data also help us in tracking climate changes or climate change impact also. Now, one example I can tell you, because of change in the climate, because of change in the temperature in Himalayas or any otherwise colder areas, birds try to adjust themselves accordingly. So suppose bird is there, only observe above the snow line, okay? And if the snow line is decreasing, then bird will start to, come down with that slow line. If it does not have suitable habitat, the fate of that particular species is vulnerable, okay? Similarly, the plant species or plant communities change according to the height and the temperature. If these climatic changes impacting the distribution of certain plant species, and if the birds are depending on these certain plant species, then of course their distribution changes over a period of time. And now this has been proved that these changes are happening very rapidly, okay? Next thing is it also hampers their migration. Birds migrate from their feeding habitat and breeding habitat. Some birds, they lay their eggs in one particular habitat and they will stay there throughout their life. But certain birds, they lay their eggs somewhere else and they spend rest of the year somewhere else. And it could be North and South Pole. It could be 10,000 miles away. Okay, so in that cases, their migration is basically triggered by external factors and climate. So suppose they know that at this particular temperature, at this particular daylight, I should migrate, and if that is changing, then definitely it also changes their migratory pattern. Birds migrating to other areas to their feeding zones generally accept to have good, rich resource of food. And if these resources are within, say, wetlands, and these wetlands are or these wetlands impacted because of climate change, then again, incoming bird population will face the extreme competition, and definitely their number will go down. So their arrival patterns, their departure patterns, all these things can be identified with the long-term bird monitoring programs, and accordingly we can adapt to we can guide to the adaptive strategies internationally, because when bird migrates, they do not observe boundaries. Like birds from India go to Russia. So if you want to ensure the safeguard of that particular species, you have to contribute, you have to collaborate with all the range countries from where it is flying. So this bolsters the collaborative efforts also. Now, saying that it's not easy, there are certain challenges in sensing birds, and there are certain opportunities also. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples of bird census happening in India. But before that, what are the challenges? Like, for example, if you want to do a bird, now, I think all of you must have been involved in the, population census at some point of time as a government, officers. So you have to go to each and every home and you have to gather a lot of data. But before doing that, you have to do a lot of preparation. Okay, like what happens during election, same thing. So you require a large resource, large funding, large planning. Same happens with bird census also. If you want to target all the wetland species across the world, then of course you need a lot of resources, and here resources are limited, the number of interested people are limited, the coordinators which are there, these are limited. Then there are data gaps. We know that certain states like Kerala are very good in doing bird census, but certain parts of Northeast India, for example, no, because of lack of interest and interested people, we don't have data. So the disparity between data on, suppose, wetland birds in Kerala and Northeast India, within India also. And lastly, the habitat access. You cannot go everywhere every time. Like you can do census around Mumbai because it is very accessible. You can stop your car and you can walk on the shore or on the mudflats. You can observe mudflats from a distance. But certain areas, Himalayas, in Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats are very inaccessible. You have to do a lot of preparation for that census, and because of that challenges, it's not always possible to cover all these areas. But of course, having said that, there are opportunities. Now, because of the technology, census has become relevantly easy. Now you don't have to carry the pen and paper, the old methods. Now you have mobile apps and you can directly feed the data into that particular app. In fact, so many citizen science apps are available nowadays, like iNaturalist, eBird, where you just have to log in, and certain apps like Merlin app, even it can identify bird based upon its sound. So you have to just open the app. If bird is singing, it will identify and will show you on your mobile that this is the bird. Of course, the results are not 100% accurate every time, but as we are training these softwares, the results are becoming more and more reliable. Nowadays, drones are also used. We face this difficulty. I'm working with the MMRDA on the MTHL bridge, and we were tasked to look into the impact of MTHL on the migratory birds. And before we started our work, before 2017, all the report says that there are said that there were 30,000, 40,000 birds in the Thane Creek. All these were opportunistic records. But as we started doing systematic studies, we come to know that there are more than 250,000 birds come to the Thane Creek in every winter, of which more than 150,000 are the flamingos. Now, counting 150,000 flamingos on the creek banks is very difficult because there is no vintage point. Vintage point gives a very, best views, and you can then count. Other way to do that is to use drones. You can map the drones, you can feed that your path into the drones, and you can fly the drone, you can take out the footage, you can feed it to your computers, you can train the computer to identify each and every flamingo, and the computer will count all these birds for you. Unfortunately, we were not able to use the drones because of the sensitivity of that area. There is a BRC, there are a lot of refineries, coastal naval stations, and because of that we could not. But these kind of things like inaccessible areas also now can be used can be done. You can do census through drones and telemetry. Telemetry, here as you can see at the lower picture, there is a bird with a machine on its back. So these are the GPS, GSM or PTT trackers. Now the technology is so advanced, you can deploy these kind of small devices on bird bags, and you can release them, and then you can have second by second monitoring on your computers. So you know exactly from where we have tagged it, where it is going, how much time it is spending, what is its flying speed, what is its attack angle, and all sort of things you can get through these kind of machines. These machines relay their data either to the satellite, which gives that data back to us, or these also relay this data through the nearest GSM network, mobile network, and then you can get the access. So technology is so advanced that monitoring birds is nowadays relatively easy. And of course, there is a global collaboration. Many of these many of these census are now global. Asian waterbird census done throughout the Asia. So you can understand it's not limited to Mumbai, Maharashtra or India. Throughout the Asia, we are doing the census. Then of course, there are certain success stories. I told you that we can come up with very good scientific papers. Secondly, because of these kind of census, when we understand then that a certain species requires a priority. Now these two examples are not from India, but I can give you one example from India. Before 1990, there were millions of vultures. Gidhad Jalapad Marathit Manto. They were in millions. One of the estimates says that there were 40 millions of vultures throughout the India. But within a small span of 10 to 15 years, we lost 99.9% of vultures from India, and what we left with is only a couple of thousand vultures only. Now, how it was possible to track it down? Of course, the first thing is the decline is so profound that you can visually see that there were vultures around my village couple of years back, and there is nothing. There are zero vultures, of course. But then BNHS and other organizations, even organizations from Pakistan, they form a team and they did a systematic survey throughout their distribution ranges, and they come up with these conclusions that yes, vulture population is going down. Then we were able to identify what is the cause of this decline. So cause was a drug known as diclofenac, which is a painkiller, common painkiller used by everyone. When this painkiller is used in veterinary, use, what happens? The painkiller remains in the body of cattle for 3 days, and then within these 3 days it is expelled out. But suppose that cattle dies within that 3 days, that diclofenac remains in the body of the carcass. If a vulture feeds on this carcass treated with diclofenac, it immediately hampers his renal system. So the impact or the is not it's not a slow poison. Even 5 grams of meat is enough to kill a vulture. Within the next 2 hours of the meal, vulture will die. So to arrest this kind of deaths, we successfully negotiated with the government and banned diclofenac. But unfortunately, now we have understood that there are more than 20 such other drugs available in the market, which can also exert similar impact on vultures. But as a next step, what we did, we started breeding the vultures artificially. We call them as conservation breeding centers. Now BNH is having 4 conservation breeding centers across India, where there are more than 800 vultures captively bred. They collected from wild in first place. Then we kept them in a large aviaries, 100 by 100 meters. Then male and female mated successfully. They started the next generation. Likewise, we have now stock of 800 vultures. And now we have also started releasing these vultures back to nature. At one end, we are working with the government to reduce these kind of harmful drugs or eradicate these drugs from the system, and on the other hand, we are introducing new vultures in the system so that their population will increase. So these are some of the success stories. Secondly, this kind of data helps in developing or establishment of new protected areas and community-driven conservation success. So recently there is a concept known as community reserves, community conservation reserves, and Maharashtra was the first state to start that, and within last 5 years we have identified more than 20 such community conservation reserves, which are completely monitored, managed by the local communities. So last couple of slides, these are the different kinds of annual bird census happening in India, where you can part of all of it or one of it, depending upon your interest and time. The information for these is available online. Few of them are this great backyard count, which is going to start on 17th of February and last till, 14th to 17th February. You just Google it and you will find the information. It's a very simple process, app-based. You have to register. You have to download a certain app and you just go around your backyard, your houses, your offices, and just, tick whatever birds you see. That's it, nothing else. The data collected by, people like you may be thinking you as an individual, but suppose there are thousands and lakhs and millions of people contributing to the same cause, then we of course gather a very large data. Wild bird count, this is, so certain counts are international counts, certain counts are limited to India, certain counts are regional, like in Kerala they do a special count on the Pongal day. So like that. Certain counts are like for all the birds, like great backyard count, any bird in your backyard will be counted. But Indian skimmer count, it's meant for a single species of Indian skimmer, which is there in Chambal region, Chambal River, breeds in Chambal River. So there are specialist, specialized kind of census. There are generalist kind of census. Campus bird counts is again going to come up. It's a part of great backyard count. This is very important. Asian water bird census. It's ongoing. Started on 4th of December. It will last to 28th February. So if you have any water body near you, then you can just log into it and you can upload your data. So of course, what is the future of all these bird conservation? We are at a very crossroads of development, and our development is negatively impacting the nature, the habitats, the plants, the animals, the microbes, and everything. Certain effects are like, we can understand them in a better way. For example, the population of birds is going down, okay? It's very logical. But certain effects are very complex, like, the melting of permafrost is basically giving rise to unknown bacteria and viruses, which have never been encountered by our bodies or our species. And we really do not have any solutions for that unless and until it's struck. You cannot predict all these things in the future. So all these very complex situation, complex time, and And the most important thing is we need to continue our efforts to understand the trends in bird population, and for that monitoring effort should be continued. Call for volunteers. I'm again stressing that we need people, we need more people, we need people like you who are interested in counting a bird. Maybe your first trip with your friend could be a boredom. अरे क्या कर रहा है, क्या bird देख रहा है, सब एक ही रंग के दिख रहे हैं. Then you know next time you might feel okay, this is like different than that. You may understand अरे ये कहाँ से आता है, हमारे घर पे नज़दीक है, but it comes all the way from Russia. In Mumbai the bird migrate from Europe, Middle East, then Central Asia, and even China. So we get full range from where bird migrate to Mumbai or a larger part of India. So a bird which might be in front of you could have been flying for tens of thousands of miles to reach that particular tree, to reach that particular spot. So that's why it may trigger your interest maybe in the second or third, participation. Okay, and of course, every bird count is our logo. We cannot allow the population decrease in any species. We are now witnessing what what one has to do to restore this population. Like for example, cheetah. We lost Asiatic cheetah 70 years back, and now we are trying to reintroduce that same species. Sorry, not same species, another subspecies, and we are putting so much of energy and money into it. Okay, so these kind of aftermaths are there. So definitely every bird counts. It's a pun. Basically, every bird should be counted by us, and every bird counts. Okay, so this is the future. Of course, if we keep ourselves engaged into these kind of activities, if you get connected with NGOs like BNHS or whatever other NGOs which is nearby, if you pay more interest to these species, if you try to inculcate interest into your kids about the nature, definitely the future is bright. I'm not worried about the future if we all are committed and we think that this is our shared priority, and this is only Earth, only known planet where there is a life in this so-called observed universe so far. So there is no escape. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. I hope I tried. Yes, sir. I tried to give you information is as simple as it can be. But yes, of course, if you have any quick questions, can we have questions?
Anybody wants to ask any question? The gentleman over here would like to ask, please.
What information you can give us about the house sparrow, which we are losing day by day?
Now, house sparrow is a very interesting example which actually triggered sense of urgency in common people. House sparrows at one point of time were very, very common throughout cities, spaces, urban spaces. They were common. But suddenly we realized that the population of the sparrows is going down. And then BNHS also did sparrow counts, house sparrow counts over the years. And what we understood that house sparrows and house crows, these are the species which evolved to stay very close to human population, human settlements. So one, they required nesting, sites, which are your houses, latches above the windows and all. But because of now today's, advance in the, are using different kinds of material, using glass panes instead of, maybe concrete or other things for building, large facades. Now we are using glass panes. So there is no space to build nests for these kind of birds. Secondly, the food. Okay, grains and all these things now we directly collect from, D-Mart, shopping malls, or now there's a Blinkit where you can quickly order all these things. So because of this change in transportation process also, they are not getting the food, and because of that their trend was going down. But now it is basically we have seen that they are coming back. Many places now I am also seeing that house sparrows are there in Panvel also. But yeah, these two, the food and the shelter or the nesting places, are the two things which is hampered the house sparrows population.
Thank you very much, sir. So, I'm grateful to Rahul sir for such an informative and knowledgeable session. Bird census is a very innovative idea which has come up, and very few people know the details of it. So thank you for enlightening about this, sir. Today we have with us eminent wildlife photographer, Mr. Nandish Songire. So I would request him to please give the closing remarks for today's session.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everybody. This is my very close. This is very close, to my heart, the birding. And I've been doing birding almost now 20 years. Okay, and I have connected with BNHS, Paryarvan, Dakshman, Thane, Ranwata in Satara, and many other places. In Nandur, Mandaveshwar, I am connected there. Okay, and birds are very, very important to us. Birds are like a meditation. So I am sure whenever, every day when we work and when we just walk for 1 hour and search for birds, believe me, I forget everything. Sitting on one place and doing meditation, I'll say just go and walk in the nature. You will get fresh air. You will learn new things. You will try to, understand how to protect birds, nature, and, how to conserve it. And literate people, society, which will make us, our society, human nature much better. Okay. I just like to, add, if I'm permitted, about the house sparrow. I was also worried about why house sparrows are not seen in my area. I stay in building. So I did a small thing. I think you can also do. I did, whenever I buy a shoes, okay, I just don't throw that shoes. I just take that shoe box, just cut this much size, and put it in my balcony. Till now, more than 84 birds, chicks has been passed from all my 4 galleries. And same formula I've given to my friends and their friends, and it has been increased a lot. And bird census are very important. I have been to many bird census. Nandakumar is also there from BNHS. And this makes a lot of difference. And thank you very much for keeping this awareness of bird census and knowing how important the birds are there. And I know how much the bird decline has happened in last few years. I go to the many places, especially the Uran place, where I used to go, and in front of us, the lakes were, the small ponds were, putting debris because of the many things. But there are many people who are fighting to get that thing back. One of them is BNHS and many other things. Thank you, sir, for making this awareness program.
Thank you, Nandish. Thank you very much for this very nice session by Bombay National History Society. So today I declare the workshop as closed. Thank you very much for attending the workshop. Let's see you all tomorrow for more interesting sessions. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you, sir.
भारताची प्रमुख शहरं पर्यावरणाच्या समस्येनं ग्रासली आहेत. जिथं नागरिकांना हवंय निसर्गाचं सान्निध्य, तिथे शहरं मात्र झुंजत आहेत एका गंभीर पर्यावरणीय आव्हानाशी. हे आव्हान आहे रॉक पिजन अर्थात कबुतर, म्हणजेच पारव्यांच्या संख्येतली विस्फोटक वाढ. डोळ्यातील नारिंगी छटा आणि पिसांवरची चमकदार लावण्यता घेऊन या पारव्यांनी शहरांमध्ये आपला प्रभाव पाडला आहे. करुणा भावनेतून त्यांना खाद्यदान देण्याची प्रथा वाढली आहे. परंतु या कृतीमुळे पारव्यांची संख्या बेसुमार वाढून नागरिकांच्या आरोग्याला धोका निर्माण होतोय.
माझे आजोबा दर्शन झाल्याच्या नंतर इथे कबुतरांना दाणे टाकायला घेऊन यायचे. आता माझे आजोबा नाही आहेत, पण मी त्यांच्यासोबत जे क्षण घालवले ते मी आताही अजूनही करतो. मी दर शनिवारी मंदिरात येतो, त्यानंतर मी कबुतरांना खाणं दाणे टाकतो.
करुणा भावनेतून खाद्यदानाची प्रथा इथल्या संस्कृती आणि धार्मिकतेत खोलवर रुजली आहे. कबूतरखान्यांपासून ते निवासी संकुलांपर्यंत शहरभर या करुणा खाद्यदानाचा प्रादुर्भाव दिसून येतो. परिणामी सर्वत्रच पसरलेल्या पारव्यांच्या विष्ठेतून नागरिकांमध्ये श्वसनविकारांचा संसर्ग उद्भवत आहे.
कॉमनेस्ट आजार जो होऊ शकतो ह्या एक्सपोजरमुळे ते आहे हायपरसेन्सिटिव्हिटी न्यूमोनायटिस. तर हायपरसेन्सिटिव्हिटी न्यूमोनायटिसमध्ये 3 प्रकार असतात. त्याचे ग्रेडिंग असते. अक्यूट असतं, सब अक्यूट असतं आणि क्रॉनिक असतं. तर ह्यामध्ये अक्यूट कुठल्याही आजारासारखा असू शकतो. साधा सर्दी खोकला पण असाच प्रेझेंट होऊ शकतो, पण तो वारंवार झाला तर त्याला सब अक्यूट म्हणतात आणि सतत व्हायला लागला तर क्रॉनिक म्हणतात. क्रॉनिकमध्ये फुफ्फुसाची डॅमेज भरपूर होते आणि त्याच्यामुळे पेशंट्सना कंटिन्युअस ट्रीटमेंट घ्यावं लागतं. काही लोकांना ऑक्सिजनची पण गरज पडू शकते, काही लोकांना लंग ट्रान्सप्लांटची पण गरज पडू शकते.
शहरी परिसंस्थेच्या संतुलनालाही हे बाधक आहे. इथल्या नगर रचनेशी हे पारवे जुळवून तर घेतात, पण परिसंस्थेचे संतुलन बिघडवतात.
एवढं प्रॉलिफिक ब्रीडिंग यांचं प्रजनन एवढ्या मोठ्या संख्येत करू शकतात, ह्याला आपण कारणीभूत आहोत का? कारण आपण त्यांना एवढं खाणं देतो. बाकी तुम्ही जगभरात सगळीकडे बघायला गेलात तर सगळे क्लायमॅटिक फॅक्टर्स, एन्व्हायरमेंटल फॅक्टर्स, हॅबिटॅट डिस्ट्रक्शन, म्हणजे जे काय जंगल आपण कमी करतोय, या सगळ्या गोष्टींमुळे बाकी सगळ्या ऑलमोस्ट पक्ष्यांची संख्या कमी होते. पण फक्त अर्बन एरियाजमध्ये बघायला गेलं तर कबूतर, कावळे आणि ब्लॅक काईट किंवा घार आपण ज्याला म्हणतो, त्यांचं पॉप्युलेशन वाढतंय. का? कारण हे सगळे आपल्या फॅक्टर्समुळे झालेल्या गोष्टी आहेत. आता आपल्याकडे एरिया एवढाच आहे, आपल्याकडे जागा कमी, आपण मुंबईत राहतो. त्या छोट्या एरियात जर एकच पक्षी किंवा एकच प्राणी असा खूप जास्त वाढला तर त्याचा ऑफकोर्स हा इम्पॅक्ट बाकी प्राण्यांवर आणि पक्ष्यांवर डेफिनेटली होऊन जातो.
रस्त्यांच्या कडेला दिसणारे कचऱ्याचे ढीग मांसाहारी पक्ष्यांसाठी, उदाहरणार्थ कावळे आणि घारींसाठी अनैसर्गिकरित्या मोठा अन्नस्रोत पुरवतात. त्यामुळे या पक्ष्यांची संख्या झपाट्याने वाढते. परिणामी झाडांवर घरटी करून राहणाऱ्या लहान पक्ष्यांची संख्या मोठ्या प्रमाणावर घटली आहे.
प्रत्येक पक्षी आपले अन्न निसर्गात शोधतो, पण पारवा ही आता एक बिघडलेली प्रजाती बनली आहे. त्यांचे एकमेव काम म्हणजे प्रजनन. लोक त्यांना खायला घालून फक्त त्यांची संख्या वाढवतात. ही गोष्ट जैवविविधतेसाठी उपयोगी नाही आणि मानवी आरोग्यासाठीही धोकादायक आहे. ही एक मानवनिर्मित समस्या आहे. नैसर्गिक परिस्थितीत असे घडत नाही. पारव्यांची संख्या इतकी प्रचंड वाढली आहे की त्यांनी स्थानिक पक्षी प्रजातींना हद्दपार केलंय.
या कारणास्तव लहान पक्ष्यांद्वारे होणारे कीटक नियंत्रण, परागीकरण आणि बीजप्रसाराच्या महत्त्वाच्या कार्यांमध्ये अडथळा निर्माण झाला आहे. पूर्वीचा मंजूळ पक्षारव, उदाहरणार्थ बुलबुल, शिंपी, तांबट आणि बुरखादारी हळद्या यांचे आवाज आता क्वचितच ऐकू येतात आणि त्याऐवजी कावळे आणि घारींच्या आवाजाने आसमंत भरून गेला आहे. सरकार कबूतरखान्यांवर बंदी घालून सार्वजनिक ठिकाणी पारव्यांना खायला घातल्यास दंड आकारून आणि वर्तमानपत्राद्वारेही प्रबोधन करून उपाययोजना करत आहे.
वास्तविक पाहता या वाढत्या संख्येमुळे जैवविविधतेवरती सुद्धा परिणाम होतो आणि दुसरी महत्त्वाची बाब म्हणजे की ह्या कबुतरांची जी विष्ठा आहे किंवा त्यांच्या शरीरामध्ये काही वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे व्हायरस असतात. त्यामुळे आज जवळजवळ 60 विविध प्रकारचे आजार हे नागरिकांना होतात असं दिसून येत आहे. त्यामुळे आमचा प्रयत्न असतो की नागरिकांनी कबुतरांची संख्या वाढण्यासाठी त्यांना फिडिंग करू नये. त्या संदर्भात कायद्यामध्ये काही तरतुदी आहेत, दंडाची तरतूद सुद्धा आहे आणि अशा प्रकारे आम्ही नागरिकांना आवाहन करत असतो की आपण कबुतरांची संख्या वाढली नाही पाहिजे यासाठी महानगरपालिकेला सहकार्य करावं.
परंतु परिस्थिती नियंत्रणात आणण्याचा उपाय एकच आहे, सर्वांचे सामूहिक प्रयत्न. BNH सारख्या संस्था संशोधन, प्रबोधन आणि कायदेशीर उपायांनी या मोहिमेत महत्त्वाची भूमिका बजावत आहेत. हे लक्षात घेणं गरजेचं आहे की आम्ही पारव्यांच्या विरोधात नाही, परंतु त्यांना करुणा भावनेतून खाद्यदानाच्या विरोधात आहोत, जे पर्यावरणीय संतुलनास सातत्याने धोक्यात आणत आहेत. आपल्या वर्तनातील छोटासा बदलही पर्यावरण, जैवविविधता आणि सार्वजनिक आरोग्य सुधारण्यासाठी मोठी मदत करू शकतो. आपणही या बदलाचा भाग होऊ शकता. छोटी कृती, मोठी व्याप्ती. वन्यजीव प्रजातींच्या संवर्धन उपक्रमांसाठी योगदान द्या. प्राणी संग्रहालयातील प्राण्यांना दत्तक घेऊन त्यांची काळजी घ्या. मियावाकी जंगलासारख्या अभिनव संकल्पना किंवा स्थानिक झाडांच्या लागवडीचे आणि देखभालीचे कार्यक्रम प्रायोजित करा. स्थानिक हरित क्षेत्रे जपण्याची जबाबदारी घ्या. जैवविविधता जपण्याबाबत लोकांचे प्रबोधन करा.